Good morning, turtles. Welcome back to Tim Bodet's Indie Adventure. I'm Tim Bodet. This is my Indie Adventure. Good morning, Equivocator. How are you? You get the first place trophy. Equivocator first place trophy. Yeah. You are indeed first. I think I need to increase by consistency. Not doing terribly well there. Tomorrow is the first race night of new schedule. We're going to be doing race nights on Wednesdays. Good morning, Lead Geek. Lead Geek missed that first place trophy. Oh. I have a headache. And I've had a headache for approximately like the last 2.5 days. Classic race driver plan for improvement. Huh? Classic race driver plan for improvement can always improve consistency. Yeah. Indeed. Definitely need to improve my wake-up consistency, though. I mean, we got 2 days in a row right here. That's pretty good. It's a step forward. Gonna get some music going because we're gonna dive into the prototyping. I'm gonna try getting whatever testing stuff we had going. Actually thought we had the testing stuff in a good place, but we came back and apparently the testing stuff wasn't in a good place. So we're gonna have to get that fixed first. But once we've got the track builder stuff working, wow, YouTube's on that big of a delay. I mean, even if I answer that question directly, they're going to be considering I went forever. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely on that big of a delay. Interesting. In writing my assembler, almost half the code is just writing tests. Oh, in Track Builder right now, at least, I wouldn't say half the code. Maybe it's half the code, I'm not sure. But much more than half the time is spent writing the tests. And that's actually what we're trying to write right now is one of the tests for... This is actually where we're at. It's a very complicated test. I don't even know how to do it yet. We're trying to make sure that a prefab and the prefab instance, like a node that is an instance of a prefab, are all set up properly. And it's hard to ensure that that is actually correct. Doesn't seem like it should be that hard, but it's been hard. At the very least, I don't have to spend my time on the tests, but it's so tedious anyway, it makes my brain feel like it's melting. Yes. Oh, very much so. But this one is also critical enough that if I continue while ignoring it, we're actually breaking all the prefabs and possibly any levels that we're creating. And I've pretty much proven that it is in a broken state. There are a few things I enjoy less than writing tests. I do not enjoy writing tests too, but I do enjoy what tests give me on the other side. Very much enjoy that part. Okay. The hell was that little flicker? Why did you flicker? Good morning, turtles. I like knowing about regressions more. Yeah, it's the part that I like. Like, oh, something broke. Okay, let's go fix it. Shouldn't have broke. Especially when the likely alternative is a cryptic bug. I think even when the alternative is a simple bug, but you didn't catch it right away, so now you have to load absolutely everything back into your brain and context to figure out what you're supposed to do. Like, even if code is written well, you still have to load the whole system into your brain to make an appropriate fix. And that takes time. Like, if you could just fix it when you're already working on it because the test just regressed, bam, easy. It's already there. Okay, so what were we doing? We were in the middle of ensure there is a component in the prefab. Oh, this is the part that's hard. Like this is the actual crazy hard part. What test are we in? Expected prefab overrides to exist in chain. I don't want to do the unit testing right now. It's actually not what I want. This is what I'm going to do. And do that. Bring this down here because this is where it was being used. Hmm. Adding exception to all components in the node prefab max. That's exactly what this thing just said, no? Ensure that there is... it's close, just not quite the same. Fine. I don't generally have an issue with getting back up to speed on something. Most of my systems are pretty flat and not in layers of direction. I mean, there are definitely a few that require definitely different pieces to work with, but I wouldn't say that doesn't mean they're not flat, but I don't know what you mean by flat here. I have a comment in here that we put in the same day we put that other comment in. It says something like should not be commented. Thought it was above that, but commented. This wasn't commented. 18. But it wasn't building. Apparently, oh, we've went and swapped it. Okay. Okay, so it's no longer commented. We've flipped this over. That was the function that we were just in and looking on. We have the to-do in there. Okay, so we're at least building track builder right now. Probably be on this chat so I can see YouTube chat too when it comes in. Oh, when, if. Okay, so our actual objectives here is to take you know, these entire bytes nailed it. Track builder. Ooh. We commented out a sanity check. We added and commented it out. We deleted some instantiated node. Well, we added and deleted some instantiated node commented out stuff here. No, that wouldn't have been, that was already commented out. We removed it. Right. Okay, so we removed that. They were commented out though. So clean up, we added a clear. Or the component overrides. or the component overrides. Left commented out. Good morning, Kami. Sanity check commented out. Added and commented out, rather. Couple expected values. Sanity check. I'm guessing early daylight saving change for you guys. Sounds about right. We had changed a couple weeks ago already, so yeah. I work on a rules builder thing, and the amount of times you're staring at code trying to untangle the logic someone made is insane. A rules builder thing. I don't know why, but I'm thinking of like Simon in a playground full of kids, and they're all just shouting rules, making up games as they go. If A and X and Y and X except when K, and not B except when C, stop there. Okay, this is gonna suck to have to commit, but we do have to commit it. Ugh, excuse me, man. That's a lot of work in there. And I wouldn't say it's done. Um, Getting back to nailed it. Change in here. We got rid of the old ID. That fixed something. Commit. Fix the track builder crash. I'm selecting block having static physics object. UA has an issue. It will be several hours of debugging. It's beyond testable by humans already. Fully reliant on unit tests. Mm-hmm. The other day I wrote enough statement with like 15 different conditions in it. Sometimes it's necessary. I imagine them as cells in a Excel sheet. Which doesn't necessarily help anything. Because that's how it feels like when I'm playing in Google Docs. Um, okay. Let's jump into Snailed It and things we're gonna do. Where's Shake Soda Snailed It? How are you running this? We didn't start in here on the last one he gave me that I'm aware of. No, this is not the right version. We started outside in that last version. Okay, so this is not it. Downloads. Nailed it, version 5. That up. Okay, so we want to be able to roll forever, effectively. And we don't tend to bounce off walls. Which kind of gets rid of the ricochet. Hmm. Not figuring it out again. Supposedly a way that I can hop up there and land on top. Trying too hard. Jump on the inside. Okay. I'm gonna start bringing some of that motion over here. Cool. What does Tim Snailed It get? Oh, what happened to physics? What happened to physics? Thought we fixed this. We lost physics. Okay, enough watching the snail fall through the world. We got it. Excuse me? Is it because of the big change we did with the loading? I really thought we got that working again. The loading change happened inside of Rigid Body Mesh Collider component right here. Look at this. Okay. Mesh component. Got a box collider component. You're working, right? Right, you're just holding the stuff on until... Oh. Working for rigid bodies, not for static bodies. Oh. Hmm. Static physics object thing. That's our problem. We need to make a static physics object one. Hmm. We have a component factory here, component creator, whatever. Lighter, mesh key, static physics objects, create. Then how the hell do you not work, sir? Suck. Yep, your butts. And you are, that's why you don't work. Because we flipped that. That's why it doesn't work. We got you. We finally went and fixed that. There. Now we got some collision shapes. Okay, that was not quite as bad as it could have been. That's annoying. We're working on it. So we want this thing to uh, allow us to keep pushing up and accelerate while we're rolling. Do something a lot better on the camera. How's it going, Bluepin? Good morning. You worked as a QA tester for Game Studio. Interesting. I've worked with QA on Game Studio. Not at. Um, yeah, at on Rock Band 3, I was basically in between the QA and the programmers. Someone said it was intense and tedious. In my experience, it wasn't either of those. Hmm. Interesting. Above is supposedly built in to track builder slash engine. Or should be. Excuse me. Okay, we fixed something good. What are we doing? Gonna try making. I gotta play with a snail. How did we already open up all of these things? I literally just closed everything. And in fixing that one issue, we opened all of these up? I mean, granted, those CPPs are actually unnecessary. Could probably get rid of some of them. But I had to do more stuff related to Kanban boards and tickets and repos than actually testing. Huh. Interesting. Sounds more like a producery role. um, we're not looking for that. We are looking for snailed at game state snail state. This is what we're looking for. Speaking of, I wanted to see if our loading, which is in our track state, is using real nodes now. Do we actually have child hierarchy at this point? Don't actually recall. Racetrack state. Load racetrack. Okay, so yes is the answer. Yes. Because it's an actual node. That would definitely mean, right, that you have what you need inside there. I would expect. Doesn't mean that's what's happening. So where do we add our childs? Where did you do anything with this? You loaded the racetrack, load track bundle. Load track bundle is I'm going to call it this. Good object state. How's it going? Boss machine? Custom dynamics? Collision? Yes. Yes, custom physics engine 2. That needs a lot of work still. We're going to be falling through the world for a while. It is what it is.
Hello, turtles.
In certain situations. Actually, not really sure why. Haven't dug into it yet. How's it going, dude? So, good morning. Right now, I'm trying to confirm or deny that I'm actually setting up the node structure correctly. Putting a logical component. Putting a track object. No, track node. Node right here. Here we go. This is what we want. Create track node. Parent name. The racetrack object is going to be a nice flat container. Correct. And then the root object is going to have, okay. Otherwise, we find the parent recursively. Child index does not equal the child index. Expected that to match. Good. Okay, so yes, we have the proper hierarchy set up. That is what I thought we did that last time we loaded, but it'd been a while. Just wanted to confirm. Okay, so we did a good job there. That's going to come in important in a bit. We're going to play in the snail state. That's what we're going to play today. Our objective is to get Mr. Snail. What the hell are we building? I didn't make any changes. I made a new line change. Apparently in a critical header file. Okay. We are going to get the snail to roly forever. Step number 1. That's one thing that we want to do. Be able to press up and keep rolling on forever. It'll press down and slow yourself down. Yeah, that jumps too much. So that's the physics issue I was just talking about. We'll deal with that someday. But right now we want to roll forever. What do you mean? Let's get this darn snail to the finish line. He's been to the finish line. Yay. So also to do that, Shake Soda had changed the controls. Instead of hitting down, we are now. We have level editor 2. Yes. And that still requires a bunch of testing work because it has a major issue right now that we gotta fix out of it. But just a real quick display. This would be track builder. We can add objects, and it is semi-component based in how you work with this. So if you give it a mesh, you can then choose the mesh. Um, this part needs to get a little bit smoother, and I have ideas on it, but oh, that's right. This mesh is too big for our scale. And go choose the mesh's material. Yeah. It has a node hierarchy and components, kind of as you would expect of those things. But there is an issue with prefabs right now. Yes. It is a custom mesh format. That one's because it was a very, very long choice, like long, long ago. But I've continued maintaining it because it's basically already there. Um, this is not the right place. We are working entire bytes. Nailed it. I might need to get a entire bytes. Nailed it. Okay. Why not engine? Hmm. Why would you expect why not engine? There's a YouTube video of that, but that I believe this thing will show that. Could be wrong. Yeah. Why to build a custom engine and why to use an existing engine. They're both there. Are there any fully open game-ready model formats out there? What do you mean when you say game-ready? Is FBX not game-ready? Or OBJ? GLTF? FBX isn't open. Optimized for engine use. I see. How's it going, Nexus? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Okay, we are confused. This is C++. We don't need object state open anymore. We don't need component creator open. We need to go into our snail. We need to change the buttons. The buttons are going to exist in our race car controller, or did we call it a snail controller? We did call it a snail controller. Okay. And we have crawl, leap, excuse me. Most formats I've looked at are general purpose. Most of them are general purpose. You can bind almost directly GLTF buffers, usually up to the exporter to export in game ready layouts. Yeah, that's basically what my format is you just shove the data from the mesh file into the buffers and boom, the end. No processing on the load. And at this time, there is a minimal process on load because of a couple reasons, animation data being a major portion of it, but it's still somewhat limited. Um, to get back into coding, what do you want to make? Steering value, leap, crawl, and leap. Crawl is up. Yeah, because we don't have a throttle. Yeah, so crawl is processing on load isn't the end of world if your asset loading is pipelined. It's a big deal if it's not. What do you mean by pipelined here? Um, like threaded? What I'm hearing from that, but I could be wrong. I don't know what's going on. Come on. Disk thread plus decode threads. Or you could just make sure you load everything you need for the level ahead of time and then it's all there. That's my approach. Voila. Gets rid of the problem of any hitches. But yeah, anyway. Um I haven't had any issues with my startup times presently. But yes, startup times matter too. At some point, we will run into a bump and we'll have to fix that bump by doing what you're saying, but we haven't hit that yet. Um, I think trailing brakes was the place where it was going to become the first issue. It still wasn't there, but I mean, it's there if you put debug mode on. But debug mode is dumb. And that's because of my standard template library containers and the Visual Studio or MSVC implementations of them. It's a decent hurdle. So doing the simple thing makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I tend to do the simple thing until I need to do something different. I think we can get rid of keep using these. I don't know. It's kind of changing the controls entirely. So you can be in turbo mode and you can be pressing crawl. So if you leap, the heck is the rotation? If false equals leap. Oh, that's allowing us to steer. You're allowed to steer in turbo mode, right? Where's turbo mode? Turbo mode. Okay, that's our steering in turbo mode. So we want to get if crawl action is down. We need to give you a bit of a zooming. Physical body, apply a force. Hmm. Physical body, give body to world. Give basis to negative. That's dumb, but that is what it is. Is this the first game with the engine? This is the first game with a bunch of the engine pieces, but not the first game with the engine. No, the engine's been in development since 20. Really depends on how you want to ask that question, but let's go with 2012 for this iteration. Um, and we've made a handful of games in there. A bunch of Ludum Dare games, handful of games that are various places on the sidelines. Um, a handful of couple canceled games. This is hopefully going to be the first one that actually makes it to production. But Vector 3 at world position. We don't want an at world position, we just want direction. So that's our direction of the force, and the force amount. How much is our force amount? I'm vaguely wondering if we want to make a new snail state and just try. Let's go take a peek at this. Because we do have access to that prototype, and maybe there's going to be some bits of code that we can just snip and go with. Nailed it. Go. I need this bit. Get clone. ed snailed it. Go. Oh, that means we need to. Crap. cd snailed it. Oh, actually, it worked. Okay, never mind. Good. Never mind. On master? What do you mean master? We made this main. Hey, excuse me? Settings. Repository. Yeah, somehow that definitely does not say main anymore. Okay, not sure how that all worked. I definitely went to main on this one. Oh, good morning, turtles. It's a bumpy one. Okay, and there was a README in here, built and runs with Godot 421. Godot 421. Might be this one. Oh, that's right, you have to do it this way. What's the difference between these thingies? Where do you want to live? Where have I been putting you? I guess extract it here for the moment. What are we doing, Windows? That's better. C development tools. Windows? Godot. Found Godot. Okay, now we're gonna open new project, import. I'm guessing it's an import project. C development. Yeah, you don't really want to work very well. Okay. So let's hit enter. Development, tire bites, nailed it, go. Project, import and edit. I assume that's how we do it. Failed to load script. That ain't good. What do you mean you failed to load script? Now we hit play. I'm doing it to get to the prototype to match up and figure out how different my snail is from Shake Soda's snail. Okay, it has an editor built in. That's what I kind of thought. Where's the play button, though? Right here. Found it. Debug. I do know our controls are definitely different. See, that one worked this time. That one didn't. It often doesn't work for me. That time it worked. Losing frames? No. I guess we lost a couple there at some point. Are we like overtaxing? Doesn't seem like it's overtaxing things. I don't know. I need the. Where was that actually? There was a. There's a little window I could pop out in stats. This is the one. That definitely got an FPS of bad there for a moment. I don't have any more screen real estate to put this thing. And that's saying something. Um, but everything looks good, so we might have dropped a couple frames there. We're looking for, yeah, we're gonna look out if the snail was done. So crawl, charging, and turbo mode. Heartbreaking. Man with 6 screens can't find screen real estate. Heartbreaking. What the hell is inertia in this situation? If inertia is greater than 0, usually that's. How is Shake Soda using inertia? Hmm. Update speed. What are we calling that? 0.01. Shake Soda says inertia is a misnomer legacy name. It's how much velocity carries or builds, so it just feeds the decay function. I did see the decay function, but it's definitely not inertia, as in the inertia of the snail. Yes. Ow. We got tau in here. No pi. Yes, it's very much not that. Physicists want to be over here. Okay? Good morning, Shake Soda. Prototype code. You know how it goes. Get gravity. This built-in get gravity. Does this and get a 4.3. But built-in get gravity does this and get a 4.3 plus. Aren't we on 4.4? 4.2. I'm confused. Physics server 3D body get direct state get rid. Guessing that's a get rigid body. They didn't even call it like get body. Rid. Even worse. Okay. Get resource. Total gravity. This is just a getter of some form. I couldn't have ever found this. Found this as workaround is an issue. Okay, we can probably ignore that. That's ignorable for my needs. Align to surface. We have one of these already. That's good. Where this is our forward. How did I do my align to? Align forward is what I did. Line forward. Yeah, there we go. And align up. Notably, I align it and also smooth it. Correct. I'm just trying to figure out if I should be making a new snail. I kind of feel like I should. Based on our... That was a slide button. You have a slide button? That's different from the charge button. Is action... Debug slide. Move left, right, forward, and backwards. Slide. Debug slide. Then we're back. Okay, so it's all just slide right now. Good. Okay. Caster? Mm-hmm. The raycast, I'm assuming. How is this wait tween callback? The caster info. Snail scene. Am I dumb? No, we're not using Godot. Let's see. Oh. Snail scene was automatically imported, so it can't be modified. I don't care. Just can I see it? Can we do something? What am I doing wrong? On the script tab. Okay. So now I know that part. Still don't understand how this is a box thing. How is the raycast a weird box? Should be a line. That's as close as we can get to the darn thing? How about if I'm blind and I want to get a lot closer? Not a box, the display is just too big. It is a line. That is definitely, most certainly not a line. They know how to draw lines. I see a bunch of them. Change the debug width shape. Let's not do that. Hey, we found it. It's a line now. And the options were 1 pixel line and huge. Definitely 1 pixel line. Although I do like their other lines a little bit better. For some reason that goes from there to there for 2. You can go up to 5. Okay, sure. This is not getting us where I need to go though. I'm gonna go back to our script. It doesn't seem like it's just too fat, because it should be too fat on both ends then. What is the dollar trail dollar grow? Why are they different from other variables? Oh, foo is shorthand for getting a child node. Huh. Okay. Right. Okay, I think what we're going to do is create a new snail state somehow and try plugging those in. And if we are going to make a new snail state, we should probably make it as a new object type and add a component to it. We can't do that. There's way too much logic in there to screw around with. That's too like too core critical. We have all our snail indexes, the get snails, yeah, the drivers that jump into the snails, which doesn't quite make sense in this case, but the driver is the player that starts controlling the snail. Um, The butts. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's go to snail it. Feature snail movement. Yeah, patch. I know we have at least. We're not committing that. Go ahead and commit the new lines as well. Yeah, I knew we had a couple of those. That can go away. Git commit using new ID to fix falling through floor. Falling through stuff and a couple white line fixes. White space fixes. Yeah, patch. No and no. That's it? Okay. We have a meta file that needs to go up for some reason. Those are always important. Git add build meta. Git add run beta. I don't know what file that would have been though. .307b. 307b. This is gonna be dumb. Import into Blender. Right. 307b is gonna be in run database at 307. 307b. Yeah, that was 307. So alphabetizing. Oh, we gotta go to three numbers. Found ya. It's the one that looks different. What file do you think you are? Your prefab sphere. Got it. Prefab sphere. Okay, that makes more sense. Git add run data racetrack snail playground. Git commit message. Added a test sphere and prefab. That was actually supposed to eventually get deleted, but there we are. Test sphere prefab and crap. Update. I guess. I don't know. I don't care. It needed to go. It needed to get done. We don't care about any of that stuff. Nope, nope. I think we delete dummy track at this point. Probably even the blend file, but let's ignore all of it for now. That's all committed. Git push. Gotta run. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Equivocator. Well, that specific scene isn't important. I figure it's useful knowledge that you can do that. Oh, right. Git log. Origin snail movement. You're going to go back down to main, right? You do go back down to main. We actually going to remember to go back to more snail movement. Git check out a branch, call it feature new snail movement. Again, on top of that. So with Rolly snail movement, basically always in turbo mode. Yeah. Now we can rip out all kinds of stuff and do that in a different branch. Why are you edited? Right. Okay. Fine. Because what I was actually going to go do is figure out what value you use to keep crawling forward. That's why we opened up the Godot. The Git. Yes. Movement mode. Yeah, just move sand. Can't do that. Yeah. So this is the directions I'm pressing. Forward and backward would be R Y and or Z, if that's what you're doing. It's a vector 2 though, so Y. Direction was the direction we're traveling or facing. Delta float. Delta time, probably. Inertia. Plus inertia build. Heck is inertia build. If you're on the floor, oh, mm. How did you have a forward and backward? And how is that different because you used a different button? What do we use for buttons again? Yeah, I'm trying to find what the magic numbers are to at least give me a starting point, and maybe we can just keep using that. We get slide. Slide is both your slide and your jump and your power up. So slide is my leap. Then you have move left and right. Then you have move backward and forward. Which I definitely don't have any move backward or forward. Backward is my leap. Forward is my crawl. That's all we got. I just need to add one more button. Oop. Somebody subbed it. Thank you, V Mushroom. How's it going? Gastropod life? Ugh. Things are going. Unsure if you're a big fan of them or not, but race nights are coming back as a regular thing on Wednesdays. On the other channel, 19-month resub. I shouldn't be exhausted. There should be zero reason why I'm exhausted. I'm definitely yawning like a bajillion times a minute for the last month, 2 months. I don't know. It's been a regular thing for a little while now. And I'm getting tired of it. It interrupts my thoughts way too often. Debug fly. Try hop. Where's our main simulate thing? There must be a main update simulate. Try hop. Physics process. Probably this. Nailed it. Nailed it even. Input get vector. Yeah, I think we're going to need to start here. Okay. That's going to be a vector 2. Input direction. Equals get input direction. And we're just going to let that be. We're going to want to pass in the controller, though. M controller. And we want to probably do this after the controller updates for obvious reasons. Everything comes out of here and the input call and input. There doesn't appear to be any other input call. So the only thing we care about then is process. So a bit of scope creep. Have you considered having to avoid poisoned snail lures? At, at present, I'm overloaded with trying to get things moving. Okay, we're at the very bottom of the function. This is the thing that I need to pay attention to the most. We got this. I factored it out. Don't worry about the existing one. About that one existing. The snail's a snail. Okay, so it's going to be a private. I'll return a vector 2. Get input direction. We're going to be passing in a race car controller, though. Snail controller, rather. Snail controller interface. We're not going to change it, I promise. We could probably just keep it in there since we already have that, but regardless, might even want to be part of the controller. The hurdles are me. Yeah, this might actually want to be part of the controller. Be a better place to put it. Okay. But whatever. Just wing it in. At this particular moment, I don't care. Nailed it. Game state. Nailed it. Just nailed it. Snailed it. Game state. Snail state. It's really not where it should go, but that's where we're going. We get a vector 2. Direction. Return the direction. Steering is going to be easy. Direction.x equals controller dot get steering percentage 0 to 1. Well, -1 to 1. 99% sure that's all we need to do here. Yes, -1 to 1. Boom. Okay. direction.y equals my controller dot. Ooh, you suck. Well played, sir. Well, here we go. Equals is action down. Driver action leap is currently my down. That would probably be negative. So we'll go negative is action down. It's going to be, if true equals this, it's going to be a -1. Otherwise, it'll be a 1, 0. Plus, I'll go on a different line here. If true equals controller dot is action down, driver action crawl, that's forward. Then we'll go +1, otherwise 0. Voila! Kind of digital, but that's our throttle and brake. We're going to need to change them because they're not going to line up with. We need a new button. We need to do that. We might as well bring this into the snail controller, where it should probably belong anyway. Steering value. We usually use 8 for throttle and brake. Because at this point, we might as well add the forward and backwards portion of this. Yeah, we should definitely add the forward and backwards portion of this. So if we go back to Visual Studio, can you remove this? Remove from device history. Sure. There. That's the one that we're using. I don't even know when you thought 2019 got opened. Trophy Brawlers. Oop, I started ignoring that one. Okay. This is Trophy Brawlers. Now we need the race car controller. And in the race car controller, we did do 16s. And grab these things back. Okay. And then bring them back into here. It's here. We're going to go with forward. and backward. Is there any word that's one letter longer in forward or one letter shorter in backward? Forward. Forward. Nailed it. Nah, then you change the tense. That's what I did. Backward. I don't think that's what we should do. It's not different tense for forward. Forward and forwards is definitely different tense. What? Backward. He moved forwards. He moved forward. Hmm. Because English. Don't you just love it? Oh, yeah. My favorite. I think we're just going to leave it with the it sucks. I'm perfectly willing to accept the resolution of how about no. That's what I did, basically. This is forward value. Forward and backward makes so much more sense than throttle and brake on a snail. Yeah, this isn't going to change. I'm sorry. I like the idea of them lining up, but sometimes they just don't line up. That is what it is. It would help if I hit enter instead of escape. And then I go do it the slow way. Good job. Yeah. It sometimes does, but sure. It can help with editing things in the future by just highlighting the second portion of the word when they do. But it's not like oh my god, let's do that. Right? Like if I want to change value to percentage here, that's why lining up kind of matters. But of course, in that little thing, I just went bloop. But it is definitely an obsessive tendency. Forward, backward. Uh, do you have an example on what the keys are? On multi-line. I don't think it does it on multi-line. Backward? Why don't you have a forward and backward value? You have a forward and backward value. You don't have a forward and backward value. We got break. Are we in Trophy Brawler? You stupid... What are you doing? Copy this. What is the shortcut or such? Because I only know of Control, which goes the whole Control Shift selected. Alt does nothing. Control Alt. Okay, we need to hit Control Alt. Where's my cursor?
Suit up, hop in,
Well,
buckle up.
that doesn't work when they're both the same. Doesn't work when they're all the same. Can we get to the one that I have as an example? Right here is an example. Huh. Well, we need to get Control Alt into my Finger muscles. Thank you for the follow, OmniStack. Welcome, welcome. That did work nicely. We need to get that to my routines. Need to be pressing Control and Alt instead of whatever else I was pressing before. It's gonna be hard. It's like teaching Tim new tricks or something. No, you see, I was trying to do this smartly to practice. I'm practicing. Kind of working. Maybe we'll learn it. I don't know. Okay, so we got forward, backward values, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to bring that function into here. That function was written in here, which is going to go bloop. Shouldn't belong in here anyway. It's part of the controller interface. And that details combines the steering and forward, backward, X, and forward, backward, Y into a vector 2 for some conveniences. Sure. You're not going to change us. We already have all of this information. That is underneath get steering percentage. Get steering percent. Nobody saw that. It is const, Tim. Not going to change. It is a game state snail controller interface. We're going to return a direction. So now we're going to use forward and backward stuffs. So actually, all we want to do is return a vector 2 that looks like get steering percentage. Boom. And then get backward percentage, not value. Get backward. Do we not have a percentage, sir? No, of course not. Why would we do that? Hold on, we got 2 more functions to bring on over. Of course, I love what I just did. Ignore it. Forward. Backward. Get throttle. This is what we need to do. That goes under get steering percentage. Right here. Beauty. This is now snailed it, sir. Yes, snailed it. And this happens to wind up being forward. And this happens to be a snail controller. This happens to be the backward. Ah. Boom. Okay. Now that we got all that stuff, we're going to go with negative get backward percentage. plus get forward percentage. Boom. Now we have analogs. Of course, it's not hooked up to any controllers yet, but what does that part matter? Oh, input direction not found. That's because it's part of my controller now. Yeah, let's just cool your jets on this for the moment. Big Soda, did you see the whatever it is in Slack? What do you want to call it? Snail. Did you see the snail in Slack? Look at that thing. Or this one. Look at the baby snail. Ermagerd? Ermagerd? What? Also, I know this is not where their eyes go, but I really wish there was an easy way to open these, like in Discord. You just right click and open in web browser. What the hell's up with that in Slack? Anyway, the cutie. Maybe not with the little feetsies, but it's cute. It has legs. Yeah, ignore that bit. Just put your finger over it. It's all good. Okay. Um, if that huge red one came to the yard to eat the plant, I think I would just hand it over the keys or set fire to it. Oh, I would definitely like, here's my house, here's everything. Leave me alone, please. Thank you. Absolutely. Are you kidding? That thing has devil all over it. Volcano snail. What is a volcano snail? It's a fire snail, so volcano snail. Whoa. That thing looks gnarly. Is it one? Okay, yeah, it is one. Because that was definitely what it looked like. I guess fire snail is a different word for it. Huge hunting snail. Pretty cool looking. Big harpoony mouth thing. Can't say I've seen that now. Um, have I missed any chats in YouTube? Nope, no chats in YouTube. Happens. Just trying to keep up with that. Just trying. Um. Okay, so now we've got the controller to have forward and backward again. And we've combined it into a single vector for... I don't know if it's actually useful to do that, but we have it in a single vector. So there we go. Get status, get add patch. We're just going to follow along. A little bit less thinking for the Tim, and that could probably be a good thing right now. Why is there multiple lines there? Let's not do that. I'm going to NA Dev. Welcome, welcome. Git commit message is added forward and backward to the snail controller. Okay, check. Before we accidentally start editing in here, I'm going to close that file. Where's Godot? Godot is in here. Input direction. This is what we're going to do. Where's my simulate? Simulate. I just saw it. Do the new stuff. There you go. Do the new stuff. We definitely do, however, expect our physical world to exist. So that is probably when you get in here, you expect this to happen. Why do we do dot product here? Transform basis matrix multiply? No? I'm gonna call that the snail. Probably, I don't know if we can be const. Yeah, I saw it was a multiply. Vector 3 forward, snail forward equals and physical body dot get object to world get basis 2 normalized. Why is there a get on this normalized and not on the other one? And then we want to negate it because of reasons. It's here forward. In that particular case, it's just a basis negative z or something, but I hand wave it and just mult it. Yeah. I got rid of the mult with words. I really, actually, no. Here's what is eventually going to happen. We have, this is not a node. Node snail. TB core. Node snail. Snail dot get forward. That's what it's going to be eventually. We're not a node here, though. For lack of better reasons. We're going to have to figure that out someday, but I don't think today's the day. Yeah, let's not figure that out today. That's just going to be adding too much pile on there. We'll add a note, though. In the future, the snail state slash race car state in Trophy Brawlers should be created using a we'd use the TB core node structure, which would allow us to use snail.getForward instead of or more readable codes. Instead of, however, normalizing isn't strictly necessary anyway. The full basis will also be, will the full basis also be as straightforward? I use that a ton. You mean the orientation part of the matrix? Yes, I have a, it would be this. So that should be fine. Okay, debug fly. We need to add a fly key. Probably don't need to. I'm going to go ahead and skip this for now. Probably useful. This is where prototype, go prototype. I'm going to call it go dog. I think they missed it. I think they, if they would have renamed it, everyone would have abandoned Unity and Unreal, and go dog would be the top. This is where go dog prototype would call debug fly. Fork it into go dog yourself. Maybe I'll go with good douche. I don't know if that has the same name or ring to it as go dog, but good douche. It does have to. It certainly doesn't. Okay, well, it still has to remain palindromy because good dog wouldn't work. How long is this thing? My only association with waiting for Godot, why I read and screwed, are these guys keep waiting on what? Pretty sure. We're gonna go from here to there, which I assume that is a switch at that point. What the hell just happened there? How did we alt tab into the same window? Okay. Variable new mode, new move mode equals move mode. What the hell is going on with my alt tabs? Get out of here. You go like way down here. That doesn't work that way. Tim. Alt tab here, alt tab there, alt tab there. Good. Did the same thing though. Okay, now we've got it set it up. Okay. That was a lot of fun. So we're going to create, I don't know why we're creating a new mode. What do we create the old mode for? Probably because we use it somewhere. If new mode doesn't equal new. If charging and is on floor. How is charging? Charging is a edge detection. Charging is just going to be whether we have leap down or not, right? We don't have any slingshotty now. Remove slingshotty, it just goes swing into 1. Edge is only transitioning things when necessary. What the hell is edge? Nope, it isn't on off like that. It holds down. No, you hold the space bar down to get into your thing. The leap button would be my space bar in this case, and then once you're done, you would be rolling. I just played that and tested it out. You press space, and then you roll. That was the only button I pressed. Space, then you roll. Edge is in a signal edge. Not edge like one of these? I have no idea what a signal edge is. How did I just start rolling? Yeah, leave it to him to have something. We had something weird when I imported this. Right, I feel like that's the way to go. I also feel like maybe you shouldn't be able to crawl into roll, which on a flat ground. What are you doing? Why are you turning to the any direction? Oh, you're picking up something with my controller. Picking up the steering wheel? Nope. I mean, you'll turn this way when I turn the steering wheel, so you're definitely picking up the steering wheel in some fashion. None of the pedals, though. How are we turning now? You weren't turning before. Now you're not turning, but you are still going backwards. Can't make you go forward even if I'm hitting all 3 pedals at the same time. So that's weird. Requested file format unknown glib. Okay, whatever. Um I don't know what you're talking about edges. Nothing in here is something with an edge that I'm aware of. I mean, I haven't done anything inside the functions yet. We gotta check if we're charging and on the floor. Charging. Charging is when that thing is pressed. And it can go false at any time. This isn't a timer. This should be a timer, no? Where's the charge timer? These ways, these things are so hard for me to undo. Yeah, I'm seeing things right in here. I just Okay, so we're gonna go to half a second. That's all I care about. Half a second. Boom. Velocity plus equals direction times 0.5. Half a meter a second? What is 1 in your scale? That would be way fast. Would it not? I know 1 equals 1, but 1 equals 1 what? 1 meter? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I have a leap timer, which is gonna be my charge timer. I thought I had a leap timer. Oh, we use stretch distances. Okay, so new stuff. We're gonna give it a charge timer. TV game timer, M charge timer. I believe that's all we need. Is charging. We'll go ahead and keep this though. Okay. We need to initialize both of those. Charge timer is going to start at probably even half a second, 500 milliseconds. And is charging is going to start at false. And don't forget to do that on reset. There we go. Okay. Got them resetted. Perfect. What were we actually trying to play with here? We're going with is charging and is charging. Boom. This is going to wind up becoming our movement mode. Can I please stop making dumb typos and dumb motions with my hands? Movement mode. New movement mode. Equals my current movement mode. If this is true, and it's on ground, is true, unrelated to this, but I refactored a bunch of nasty code out of my free time project last night and fixed a ton of outstanding to-dos at the same time. Nice. Less code, less mess, more success. Sweet. So we need an is on ground. I don't know if we have an is on ground anywhere. We probably don't. Okay. Let's keep it private for now. Boolean is on ground. Void can probably remain constant. Probably. Simulate, yeah. I knew you were basically going to be at the bottom, but snailed it. Game state, snail state. What did you do here? This is where we're gonna go with is on floor. You want to show me? Is that a Godot function already? Awesome. Basically compares the up vector to the last collision normal. Have an angle threshold. Huh? What the hell's happening over there in YouTube land? YouTube is so far behind where I'm at. Like, I mean, probably 10 minutes. I'm right now going with figuring out that your charging gives us, yeah, it's behind. Like, we're right now just looking at, I mean, do you see this? Yeah, 5 minutes at least. Okay, that wasn't 5 minutes. That was, you aren't on live. Why would that not be on live? I clicked on my stream when I did that. That would make sense. It's not. That's silly. Must have fell behind and buffered. Yeah. Well, nobody was going to watch the YouTube stream when it's doing that. But that happened to be my end and not their end, so that's good. Ah, where are we at? So you're telling me is on floor is just a dot product thing of something with the snails up and the surface is up? This feels weird. Oh, yeah. This is not going to be fun. We're going to go with our raycast for the moment, but get floor angle is most certainly directly that dot product. Right. Get floor angle is greater than pi over 4. 45 degrees. Ow. So we're going to need to get. Why do we care about the gravity there? Built-in function is on floor. It has a angle threshold 120 degrees. A snail object. Critical gravity because I don't use a fixed gravity vector. Yeah, but I thought that was a special mode. Like we're still in a spherical world mode. Does gravity just change to whatever surface you're under? Or does it actually say some radius from this point, this is the direction you're pulling down? Can't do that. So you have to know the center of the thing. Hmm. Just doing a radius from a point in sphere world. Handled by the physics engine. But you've been playing 1 y is just negative y. The up vector changes. I don't know if I'm understanding all these words. Like individual words, I understand. You're telling me that this mode right here has spherical gravity on it. And that the gravity is changing when I'm doing this? My gravity is now pulling me into that thing? That doesn't make sense. Gravity is not always just down. That's why the balls fall down, no? But that's per object. We've talked about that already. No, this one has constant gravity. Yeah, I don't care if the code, like, I'm trying to make this. I don't have to worry about things I don't need to worry about. The is on floor is affected by an up direction value. Up direction is affected by gravity. No. The balls are for orientation purposes, so that you can know that you're on a wall here. So you can figure out which direction down is. Logic for handling variable gravity. I'm describing it all at once. How do we miss that many S's? 30-second goal beaten. That one might be an easy goal. Let's go. Select everything. 30 seconds, 60 seconds or less. Let's go. Come on. You didn't give me a boost, man. Look for up direction. Bots. I feel like half of them are respawning. Am I dumb or... I feel like I went around that twice, but that could be really dumb. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna miss one for good measure. That's half a run. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna do a full run. I'm come over here and we should do half a run. Okay, Tim is being an idiot. Okay. The logic for handling variable gravity vectors is related to up vector the floor check uses, so I'm describing it all at once. Look for up direction. Up direction, that's what is on floor uses as a reference value to dot against. How do you know that? Is on floor doesn't take anything, it's just is on floor. Up direction. Up direction is being my matrix up direction. Oh, my brain hurts so bad. Last member of stuff behind the scenes. Up direction is the local up. Snail is rolling against. Basically just my snail up. I don't know how it would be rolling against. You'd be rolling along your right. The rolling is a visual effect. At least in my world. Cool. We've made it a whole, what? 1, 2 lines? 3 lines? And we got stuck here. You read that about 3 levels too deep. Okay, let's just continue writing this function bit. And we'll skip that for right now. To do. Snailed it. Needs implementation. Implementation of is on ground. Somehow uses up direction and go diversion. Read alerts. Let me read alerts. Sorry, I don't see those alerts when I'm trying to do, I'm trying to read the YouTube chats. Can only get one or the other. How's it going, Fraser? Funny hat coming on. Whoops. Well, that was fun. Hold on. Could be 110 degrees or something. It'll say on the snail entity. Up direction is a class variable and not some engine thing. Then how does what? Then how does the engine use it inside of is floor? Is on floor is just if you recently contacted a surface within 120 degrees of the snail's down. Which is just the opposite of the snail's up. Up direction is a class variable and not some engine thing. Okay, ignoring this then. Angle threshold between the surface and snail down. 110, 120 degrees will be found on a snail entity. Yeah, ignoring this for now. Continuing way up here. Maybe developer, your function names. Is that language requirement or you have a hierarchy in the method name? Hierarchy in the method names. I don't know what I mean by that, but yeah, I try to contain the madness. um, your function name is like game state. Oh no, that's a scope resolution. It's telling it that it's in the namespace game state. Snail state is part of the game state. So on and so forth. Yeah, namespacing. Namespace class member function. Correct. And in some cases, I have multiple namespace. Yeah, folders. It's basically so I can keep the madness of the game state, which needs to work the same on the server and the client, from the game client, which the server can't know about. And so I need to keep those things separated very well. Um, I was doing something. Move mode charge. Charging is. Do we even have a move mode for that? Crawl, sling, turbo slide. Nope, we do not have a move mode for it at all. Just a newbie C# developer, so I guess using statements in C# prevent that need. Kind of. You can also, well, you're also seeing I can't remember if they're declarations or definitions. I get those things confused every time, and I've been doing this for 20 years. But the ones you pointed out were the declaration definitions. The ones in. Can I stick with one file? Yeah, most of them are the definition declaration ones. Most people don't write fully qualified names. I actually don't have an example of where I'm writing the fully qualified name here. I have it right in here because you need to. That's a forced. I can't do that in C#, that is. Here's a little bit of it telling us that these are in ICE graphics, but that's also because I didn't go using ICE graphics. This code could be written with using namespace, ICE graphics, and then we could remove these. But that's me being specific and wanting to know exactly where it is. Okay. Charging. New mode. I really wanted to rewrite all of this. Is charging. Move mode, movement mode. Charging. New movement mode. Hey, what's this else if? How do we get an else if? There wasn't an if there. Ah, you're tabbed wrong. Well, that makes more sense. People typically declare their classes in one file, then implement them in a separate file. Yes, the header and the C++ file, header and source file. Else if velocity length. Const vector3 velocity equals physical body get linear velocity. Start with that. And if your magnitude is less than this value, and we is on ground, or the raycast is colliding. So we would have already done the raycast. A separate test for the raycaster? This is a separate. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Separate case. This one and then separate case. Yes, fine. Possible is raycast colliding equals false. To-do. Nailed it. This needs implementation. Probably uphold. Probably continue holding on to the raycast info for other state stuff. Right now, I'm getting the bulk of process physics or whatever physics process roughed out. We're going to have a lot of to-dos when we come back to this, specifically using today's date. If true equals is raycast colliding. And if that's true, then we jump to snail mode. Huh. Okay, we jump back to snail mode. Else, I'm going to guess that this popped out down here. It did indeed. New movement mode equals movement mode. Turbo. What the hell's your problem with this? Crawl is... Thank you for coloring that properly. M, good afternoon. How's it going? Eternal Divine Fox. M movement mode equals new movement mode. I am questioning Why we have a does not equal check or any of that? Probably because there was something else at some other point. Yeah, I've been dealing with a slight headache for like 3 days now. And not always slight. Right now it's slight. Yeah, why not just use movement mode? Bunny ear is too tight. Has been nothing to do with bunny ears. Because we would have already changed it now. I'm going to go ahead and simplify this. Done. Upgrade to an explicit cap on that one. Uh-huh. Okay. So then we do a switch statement over those things. Let's get the bulk of this written. It's GD script. So we're going to switch my movement mode. I'm going to do a case movement mode. Snail. Crawl. We called it crawl, dude. Damn it, auto formatter. Please. I assume these are automatically breaking and not falling through. That would be my assumption here. So we got charging first. Is what you did. Ace movement mode. Charging. Please stop. Okay, trail emitting. That's our child. We don't care about this right now. We also don't care about glow. Turn on nodes or things for the trail slash glow. Move charge. Cancel. Tell us cancel. Cancel is a comment. Cancel charging. If input action was just released. So if my controller if my little controller is action released, driver action, we're calling it leap at the moment. Charge turbo. Let's call it charge turbo. We can do this correctly. That way we don't wind up making other mistakes. Then M is charging, starts as true. We need to do that still. That's basically what this mode did. Yeah. So to get that to build, we need to jump into our driver actions. I'm going to add a charge turbo. I don't know what I just did. Got myself confused. That's what happened. Okay, so we got charge turbo. Now we need move charge. How big is move charge? Definitely big enough to have a separate function. Put it underneath this. Void move charge void. I know you took in the delta time, but we're using a fixed time here, so is it me or is your audio quality quite low? Quality is quality low. We're on RTX so that we don't get crumbles. That's why we turned off RTX a while ago, though. So let's get off RTX and go back to here. It's going to be a better quality then? I would assume so. Oh, that's another thing I don't like about this restreamer chat. I don't get to see you guys' colors. That really does matter. I don't know how I can pay attention to YouTube chat by itself. I don't like OBS being on the other screen. Anyway, still learning. This stuff was tuned for fixed, but should be fine enough at 100. Yeah, we'll get that figured out. Move when charging. Sure, let's go with move when charging. Snailed it, game state, snail state. Okay, we don't have control over our visible stuffs, really. Nope. I can tell you something that's screwing me all up is... That's the tabbing we need. Looks like the tabbing we need. No. Power slide is deeper. There's a button I think I can press. Let's try it. How about paste and undo? How the hell did you just paste that? Copy. Paste. Undo. There you go. Paste and undo. Yes, I am moving a prototype from Godot into my engine. This is going to be a problem. We'll deal with that in a bit. Update speed. I think I know where I got my headache from, Tim. I'm trying to learn shaders better. I want to draw custom UI elements in my engine. UI elements in the shaders? Can't air charge. Cancel out. M is charging. Equals false. Are you serious, Visual Studio? Please stop. Return. It's an early return. Okay, we're working on it. Here, this is an else. Please just listen to me. This is all a visual effect anyway. Not sure if that's the way to go, but I assume I need to draw UI elements within the shader. You'll probably need a shader to get stuff to work, yes. True equals... No, I'm not saying all of this. All of the commented bits that I've done so far are visuals. Is on ground. The hell is power slide? If true equals M is power sliding. Starts as false, resets to false. Okay. Spin multiplier. That's... Okay, that's all visual effect too. To-do, snailed it. This is all visual effects. We'll need to move into the game client snail visual thing. Snail visuals. Oh. All the visual effects here need to move. And we're left as the original GD script from prototype. That shouldn't be too hard to get, but the spin multiplier might be something we'll need to play with. Definitely don't have that yet. Up direction is my up direction equals get floor normal. Is this not a line up? And note, that is not the snails up from basis. Is snails up matching the visuals up? Because I understand that bit. Why are we only changing the up and not... up direction? Double check the code for a line. The call-in code, rather. This does make the point that it's visually smooth, though. Oh. What? There is a line to the velocity. How are you aligning to a surface when you're giving it a forward? Where's the surface normal? It's up direction the surface normal then? I need to come up with a good name for up that I don't get confused on. There's too many different ups. You got the snail up, you got the snail's basis up, like the visual and the basis are different. You've got the surface up. It's more complicated than this being the surface normal, but it moves towards it. So desired up. Or something like that. No, this would be the actual intermediate up. The surface up would be the desired up. Oh my god, I'm breaking my head. So then where do we play with up direction? Up direction equals get floor normal. That's in move charge. Oh, we haven't done move charge yet. Yeah, we're writing move charge. That's what we're writing. How did... That's the line we're playing with. I see. How the hell are we supposed to get the floor normal? That's gonna be our raycast. Our raycast hit. Result. We are definitely gonna need to hold on to those somehow. Because that's a Godot built in, right? Where's my casting? Closest to surface. What happens if you weren't on the ground? You wouldn't be on the ground. Okay. Well, I can see I'm going to need a lot of your help, and it's going to take me a while to get through this. Maybe a little more than I was hoping. Update speed. I'm going to be calling that a simulate speed. It will live in the snail. State. Simulate speed, please. Keep that whatever it was. You want a vector and two floats. One of them was called inertia. Update speed. Inertia multiply and delta. Delta's we're going to ignore. Inertia multiply direction. Direction being forward. Also, delta is not going to be 1 for this, if I heard you say that correctly. What do you mean 1? No, it's going to be fixed time. It's not going to be 1, but we're going to know what it is because it's fixed time. No. Maybe I have no idea what you mean by delta here then. I mean, in this particular case, it is 1, and I don't know why that would be. I didn't say it as far as delta was 1, though. Delta's a float. Oh, you got the inertia. Float multiply. I don't know what that's for, but there we are. That's what this is going to be. That's this line. Just keep throwing stuff in here. We'll get there eventually. I'm thinking mine. Inertia. I still don't like this name. I'd like a better name if we could come up with that. Because it's definitely not inertia. If inertia, almost did it again, is greater than 0, only one line is in there. And we do this, and we do this on both of them. And we're going to want a vector 3, velocity equals my rigid body. Get linear velocity. Set linear velocity. Velocity decay rate or something. Sure. If decay rate is greater than 0, okay, fixed time. You actually works already? Interesting. Okay. A fixed time. Nailed it. You might want XF. I think then I'd probably just want standard exp, because that should be templated correct. Which I almost did, but I also didn't want to play with it. So this should be called simulate speed now, which is a vector 3, 0. Boom. We don't have this one. Multiply is 1. Okay. Check. Up direction. Still on this one. Stuff is so much harder when we move everything into different functions. But you're going to be ray hit surface. The surface normal. I need to hold on to you. And probably Godot's doing something vastly different. But let's go with a bool M caster collided. And a vector 3 M caster It's using context from the sphere collision, not a raycast. But a raycast should get you going. Yeah, we don't have that information from the physics system, that's for sure. At least not in a way we're grabbing in the next little bit. So this is going to be... Yeah, we should definitely leave a note once we get there. This is going to be... We put this above that? Check. Caster collide equals false. Normal equals vector 3 up. I don't know. Seems like a good normal to go with. When we reset, we'll plug these in here too. Then we'll get way back down here. Yeah. When you want it to cast down, it's the surface normal from the hit. It's not the direction the cast is going. It's basically trying to hold on to the cast values for longevity purposes for us. Yeah, okay, so carry on. We're gonna get floor normal is getting the normal of contact, the sphere collider. How's it going, Rockadoodle? Welcome, welcome. Have a good run. Well, how are your turtles, rather? We are building games here. Trying to do it as an indie adventure. I'm full-time, and we're working on bringing a prototype from Godot into my own engine. I'll show you the Godot prototype here. You're a snail, and you race along different objectives. So we'll grab this, and we gotta go find all the letters. Oopsie. I fell out. I fell in the hole. We're out of the hole. Go fast. Zoom. I believe we can skip over there, but let's just go the long way, I guess. Zoom. Oh, almost fell off the corner. Zoom. Yeah, we're gonna need more of those. For some reason I feel like drifting got harder. We gotta jump over this. I actually nailed it for once. Uh-oh. I got stuck. Fixed it. 67 seconds. Okay, we're basically converting all these scripts to run in my engine, which is gonna have some bumps and bruises, but the first of one being the normal contact. I put a condition in that definitely did make it harder to do. Get floor normal is getting the normal of contact, getting the surface, getting the collision normal with whatever contacted the sphere. Since that will be a pain to grab, I am currently using the caster surface info to get started. That will almost certainly cause some issues somewhere. A note you'll run into. Shake Soda's been doing it. A note you'll run into later is all these values get calculated during the later call to move inside. Move and slide. Yeah, it would be either before or after this got called. I don't think that necessarily matters. It would just be like that would matter visually, but not in here. If that happened after, we'll be on the right side. That's when they get cached, right? And it's at the end. Which still happens before the function would be called the second time. As long as it wasn't in the middle. Right. These values would be updated in move and slide. Happens at the end of process step. Simulate for us. There shouldn't be issues. If ICE is calling it before simulate or after. I know why, I just don't know how to say why. We need an up direction. I need to hold on to this. I don't know what to call it yet, but did we come up with an idea on that one? We didn't know. What should we call the up direction thingy? Up vector. Up direction. I guess let's go ahead and call it up direction. That's going to be a weird one. Well, it's the logical floor up. It's smooth in such to complicate matters, yeah. I'm going to put it in here. It's going to be a vector 3. Smooth up. Smooth up. Smoothed up. How's it going, Sully? I hope I caught that one quick enough. I can't... Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great either. I need to get my bot at least making noises on YouTube. Chat, that would be good. That that bit of time might be worth spending in the bot. Smooth up, aka up direction, and Godog prototype. Vector 3 up. And on reset. Okay. Move charging. We got that as a function now, right? Move when charging. Move when charging. And we don't need to pass the delta time. It's fixed. Boom. Okay, so with a whole bunch of to-dos and other notes, this bit's done. How do you wind up charging while power sliding if that button is the same? Is that even possible? I was actually going to go look over here. Is this possible? So we would get moving. And you don't jump. You can't. Wait, why would we be charging there? Definitely spins faster. It definitely does work in the way that Shake Soda intended. I don't know why we're in charging mode, though. That doesn't feel like we'd be in charging mode. Why wouldn't we be in Sanic mode in that script? What's the difference between this mode and whatever this mode is? This is power sliding mode. Is there power sliding mode? Charge, Sanic, and Snail. So why would we be in charge? Huh. How would we not be charged? Okay, anyway, we got move charge done. Which language is this? This is Godot script, and we're converting it over to C++. Bringing it to my engine at the same time, which has a few more limitations than what we're gonna have to work around, but you don't know about exponential? Because here going to be warning is treated as an error. Double. Yeah, we need an ice scalar. Static cast to an ice scalar. Your vector 3 is Needs to be an ice vector then. And you need to be an ice vector, which actually then just means we don't need the static cast. I wonder if spending time on... if it's not worth it for you, don't do it. It's worth it for me. I get stuff that I feel is important to me. Might not be what's important to you. Kind of wish I had this as a thing I could just give to YouTube as well, but let me copy it from Twitch and I'll get there. Back with coffee and cats. Cats are good. There you go. We need to get the bot working in YouTube for certain. I also have 2 YouTube videos which just linked in that little document describing why one might want to use an engine or why one might want to build their own. Simulate speed. Simulate speed, why? What's wrong with you? Oh, we changed you. Right. You're now an ice vector. You're now an ice scalar. Cost ice scalar. Okay. Now we're all good. Every path to games turns out to be an interesting one. That much is certain. Yes. Okay, we left that as a note. I had a question for Shake Soda. I'm trying to figure out what the heck it was. And it's all gone. Every path is also surprisingly comparable in difficulty, just in different places. Also correct. What bothers me is to export to the platforms I need to support. When bugs happen, I'm guessing in my engine, it really burned me out. Yeah, that's why I support Windows. A little bit of Linux and Mac OS. Mac OS and Linux is technically supported. I started iOS porting, but didn't go terribly far on it. I have also supported web platform now and again, but it's currently broke because I haven't paid back the technical debt. It's kind of one of those things of when you add new features, you have to pay the debt on all the platforms. It was supported when the job needed it. Correct. And it will be supported again when it's useful enough to do. Just not needed right now. Soli says mobile is really hard. Adding ad payment really takes time. I mean, is that all that much easier with other things? I mean, I guess Unity has just built right in for you, but yeah, ad mob is sucky in custom engines. Even in non-custom engines, I would say that could still be a thing. Like Unity is built right in, sure, but I don't know the state of that in Godot or Unreal. But I also don't need to, because I'm working in my primary target is PC. Looking for the question that I was going to ask Shake, and I don't got it. So let's ignore that and just jump into the next one. So we just did charging mode. Move when charging. There's a switch statement, charging. There we go. Now we're going to go snail mode. AKA snail mode. All of it. Presently movement, I guess, but that's going to be kind of all of it. I'm going to get move snail in a moment. We are currently in the bottom. What do you think about a one-time purchase game or games that show ads? Which one in the long run brings more income? I think it depends on the game, and I don't think there's one that brings more or less. I guess it's finished being worked with in Godot then. Otherwise, future plans, future changes are a pain in the butt. I mean, kind of, maybe a little. Microtransactions from ads have been demonstrated to generate more revenue on mobile. Premium is better on desktop. Function process physics. Good morning, filler. Charging. We're on here. We did this. Okay, now we're going to do this one. This is our next step. Snail. No, I'm not on Godot. We are Control Shift, Control V, undo that. This. These are, again, visuals. Date. I guess technically we're going to leave it as a to-do. To-do. Nailed it. Turn on nodes or visual things for trail glow or other effects. Very nice. Guess you're a good person to ask. Is GDC in decline? What do you mean by decline? Move when crawling. We're going to pass in the input direction, which we have held up here. Input direction. We're going to pass in direction, which I think was snail forward. And delta time is going to be fixed time. Okay, that part's done. Try hop. If true equals try hopping, input direction, false. Drop off current surface. The hell is that random little boop for? What are you? Callback, tween callback. Oy ay. Oy ay. Oh boy. Convinced quality. I have definitely changed it back to the hell. Blue Yeti properties. Yeti, yeah, now it's definitely on the Yeti Classic. This should be 100% normal. We were on RTX before. Convinced audio quality sounds a bit rate related, not mic. And it's just today only? Let's turn that off again. Broadcast. Okay, let's try this. I'm back on my good headphones from Bluetooth the last couple of weeks. Yeah, but that could be an indication that maybe it's restream. I would hope not, but try hopping. Charging. M is charging. Why are we setting is charging to true? We're hopping. Creating a tween. If charging, what the heck are we doing here? Half a second. For over the course of half a second. This isn't charging though, this is movement mode snail. Why wouldn't this be in charging? Charging is false. So this is where we got our charge timer. Direction. So if the charge timer initiates it, don't worry about it. Well, I need to. We need to figure out how to make this into code. Is charging is true. Which then we're gonna go with if my charge timer dot decrement the step, increment the step. Did you start full? You started full. Suspect most other words around the subject are banned too. Just think of a type of game studio which would have a bunch of banned words. Huh. Um. Apparently it has ChatGPT or NFTs in it. If true equals decrement step. Well, given the rest of Bluepin's comments, it was pretty clear it was one of those two things, and now we also know it's clear that it's the NFTs. M is charging, so we have a thing. Once we're done charging, we're gonna go with the velocity. Vector 3 velocity. ice vector 3 velocity equals m physics body get linear velocity velocity plus equals direction, which is my snail forward, times 0.5 f. Suffice it to say, the debate around this is why the words are banned. Yeah, they're banned, and we still have a discussion over it. Ice vector 3. Okay, and then we're going to set the velocity. Set linear velocity. Okay, so that gets rid of this line. This line is done. If charging, we already set it to true, so we know we're charging. I guess... No, this isn't going to work. How the hell are we going to do this? This can't live here. It doesn't matter if it's banned or not. It's... Yeah. Let's just stop talking about the things that are banned. If it's not banned, it comes up and we still talk about it. So it's not really because it's banned. It's just people want to talk about it. And I don't. So maybe your effect is Tim doesn't want to talk about it, so everyone talks about it. Do you know why Java devs wear glasses? Well, it's not to see sharply. Because I can't see sharp. Ugh. Because they have vision defects. I think we want to take this and go with it if true equals m is charging. And we bring it outside of this switch. I think that's what we want to do. And then we're going to have to set this to m charge timer equals 500 milliseconds. And that would create this tween. Callback happens up there, which we now need to check if we are still charging, which we know we are. Otherwise, we would have canceled out. And here we would go m is charging equals false. You are no longer charging. You could also go with else if false equals m is charging. Then charge timer is full. Okay. That should do what that was doing, I believe. I'm confused why it's not inside of charging mode. And it was inside crawl, but now we need to move and crawling and try hopping. Which one of those two is smaller? try hop. Is a monster. And the other function was move snail. It's possibly a bigger monster. It's a state dance. Doesn't really matter which one we do first. Gotta get them both done. Move snail it is. Let's go. Took in a vector to a direction and we ignored the delta. Move and crawling. We didn't do that yet. Try hop is probably the simplest one since it's just playing with flags. Well, we're already doing this one. Move when crawling. And we want the const vector 2 input direction. Const vector 3. Is it an ice vector 3 or a regular vector 3? Ice vector 3, I would imagine. We somehow did it as a regular vector? You're in ice physics. You're happening automatically? I don't think you are. That's an ice vector. Ice vector 3, by reference snail direction, snail forward. And that's all we need. Why don't you know about a vector 2? Vector 2 is definitely not unknown. It's because you don't know about this. Move when crawling. Void move when crawling. No void. Takes these things in. Those two move modes will account for the bulk of the code anyway, the meaty stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and put try speed in between these two things. Wait, simulate speed is on ground. Those are on this direction. And I felt like try hopping would go bool, try hopping, which was taken in a const vector 2. The input direction. What else did you want to take? A Boolean. Allow ground. Enjoy the coffee. Allow ground. Well, for lack of a better name right now, we're going to leave it as allow ground. Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Bool, allow ground, or something. We'll kind of leave that as a note to self to rename. Where the hell does it go? Or something to rename. Oh, I see. We didn't. We didn't do this bit yet. Snailed it, game state, snail state. TB unused. Allow ground or something. TB unused. Input direction. Return false. To do snailed it. Needs implementation of try hopping. See the Godog example. Okay. Inertia, which we've already decided is not a fun name for this. I don't know if we've actually decided what a name was for it. Decay rate, that was inertia, became decay rate. Decay rate. Const ice scalar, decay rate. Decay rage. Forward velocity. Ice vector 3. Forward velocity. Welcome back. That's a dot product, dude. So it's not a velocity. Ice scalar forward speed equals vector 3, ice vector 3 even, dot product of velocity. Boy, it would be nice just to go with velocity here. I was so close to a name Tim didn't object to. You had forward. We're gonna go with snail forward. And we're gonna go with my physical body, get linear velocity. We'll probably want to hold on to that at some point, but right now we're gonna do that. Snail visibilities, we don't care about that right now. Shell rotation X. I'm guessing that's for visibles. Kind of also guess that the angular velocity is for visibles. Align speed. It is what it is. Eternal Divine Fox. It is what it is. I don't even make enough for paying myself at an intern rate. So I don't see myself getting an intern being a good deal. Align speed. Ice scalar. Alignment speed? I'm guessing fast alignment speed. Ice scalar. Also, transpiling code is not necessarily something you would always give a junior. It can come up with some pretty... What? I did not do. It's not brainless stuff. Fast alignment speed. If we're on the floor, is on ground. If bool. If bool. If true, it's not mindless stuff. Do you see how bad I am at it? Okay, so this goes from here to here. Don't undo my weirdness here, sir. This goes from here to here. You go from here, 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 and here. Don't switch things on me. Here, 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 and here. Okay. There we go. We got those incorrectly before Visual Studio wants to mess them up. Else if true equals M caster is colliding. Caster colliding. Caster collided. Okay, fine. Update speed. We have a function called simulate speed because we're not taking the delta time. We are going to take in the snail direction, snail forward, times input direction times decay rate. New up direction. We don't have a get floor normal yet, do we? Do we write this as a stub function? We are being very critical on what I'm doing and how I'm doing it and and everything. I understand some of them are jokes, but it does feel that way. We had a floor normal or something. Get floor. Didn't we do that in the last function? Last function being... We haven't done try hop yet. Weighted charge. We were doing this one. Okay, we haven't done it yet. Nope. We haven't made it yet. Okay. I have no objectives here, and I wrote the code. New direction. We did call this smoothed up. New smooth up. New up smoothed. Because I do know this is going to be smooth up. I don't know if I like it smooth up, but... Ooh, we got a vector 3 angle 2. If vector 3... This is an ice vector 3 at that. Ooh dear. Yes. They usually are. And there's no problem with that if that works for you. Vector 3. How do you want to count them? Not sure if it works for Shake Soda. It seemed to work for Shake Soda. Vector 3. New smooth up. Equals get a floor normal. No, I know we did this differently. There's a function in here. I'm 100% sure of this now, right? We have a to-do on it. It was where we used caster normal. Ah, found it. This is also in... What function are we working in right now? Move when crawling. Move when crawling. Okay. So let's leave this as get floor normal there. We changed half of it, so boop. So this is gonna, for now, equal the mcaster normal. And we also want to put a to-do in here. I'm gonna condense this one though. See the larger to-do in move when charging for more details. Okay, that tells us that they're in both places. If the angle 2. TB math angle between, vector 3 angle between. That's the only way you've been done. Are we serious? About time to update this API. Yeah, other ones don't need to be ported over as directly. This one's kind of important to get the actual logic matching as close to it as Shake Soda's example as I can without spending tons of time thinking about how to do it. That's the reason why we're transpiling things. Well, you suck, don't you? Are you templated? You're not templated. Is there a reason you're not templated? Why wouldn't you be templated? Where's our dot product up here? Scale. You have a vector 3 dot. I know this. Well, you should have a vector 2 dot too, but we only have a vector 3 version of this stuff, so let's keep that code with dot. Found ya. Dot cross. We're going to make a static inline type vector 3. Typed vector 3 angle between const typed vector 3 oh, that's only the implementation details. Awesome. We went with a left and a right. Cool. Do we have better names for those? Not really. A and B. Left. I don't think it really matters. Vector 3 by reference right. We could also just make it a angle between angle of other. What did the GoDog one do? Angle 2 other. I don't mind that one. One's not bad. If we did that, that would exist probably. Those are constructors, operators, other math operators. Well, we're never dropping with math operators because that's where magnitude apparently lives. I didn't realize magnitude was quote unquote a operator here. Yeah, we're never undefining this then, huh? That's just a silly. Okay, cool. Yeah, bit of an oopsie there. Okay, so we're going to do a vector angle 2 type vector other const. That's now a member function version where we're going to take in left up magnitude. I mean, we're already using these at this point. Product of magnitudes. Left is me, right is other. One day when I actually need some speed boost, we can play with that, but until then, there is no need to make extra work for us. We have a list of things forever long. Vector 3 dot product. So we want a dot of dereference this and other. Clamped value. Sir, you need to be type. If that is 0, we don't have anything. You do a dot product, you divide that by those. We're going to need types. That way we don't accidentally cast it into a float size when it is doubled. Ooh, this is fun. Clamp. Angle. That's a typed angle of type. And you're going to return a typed angle of type. Just encouraging auto-vectorization tends to get you a good chunk of this anyway, which can solve some careful coding. Well, careful coding still. Okay, we broke something for sure. What did we break? Broke something in that header file. Okay. Oh, I froze. Let's try that again. Go back to the first one of these. You don't know what something is. You had one too many. Okay. That seems to work a whole lot better. Boo! Okay, so now we have an angle to a vector. I think angle between works as a better name, but I mean, if we did that, I could just write this here. Still don't get what left and right is as far as names. That's why I like the other better. Anyway, it's not here nor there. This will work. So, it's now going to be if the up direction, this is the M up, smooth up, dot angle to the new smooth up is less than, greater than. If it's greater than, it's just an A-B thing. That's the same either way. Boop. This is in radians, I'm guessing. Ice angle. Yeah. If that is greater than, excuse me? You have a comparison operator. Typed angle float. You, sir, are not a typed angle float. Who got a float? You're a vector 3. Why are you a vector 3? No F. Oh, sorry, not stream F. F? There is no F. No, I don't want it to be a float. I see what you meant. No, it was converting itself to a float because smooth up was a float vector. And smooth up. We don't have a slurp. What the hell's slurp supposed to be? I have a quaternion slurp. I have a vector 3 slurp. That could be a problem. Align speed is alignment speed times k fixed time. Not entirely sure how it's implemented, but sub it for a lerp and make a note. That's a good idea. We'll go with a lerp. Date. To do. Snailed it. We need to look into how like a 3 slurp would work. Work here. This was from the GoDog example. Well, I changed this to use linear interp for now. Okay, so our linear interp is going to look like TB math interpolation linear. You don't have a spherical in here? Nope. Okay, linear. We're going to go... How the hell is that going to work? None of this is going to work. I'm going to try to get work done. Past him didn't save you in this particular way yet. What is the start and the finish? We have new smooth up is going to be my finish. I got that part. Percentage 1.0 minus standard exponent negative alignment speed times k fixed time. That's our percentage. Our start is where we are right now. and smooth up. And our end is our new smooth up. And if we're lucky, this isn't going to be backwards. Because one of these stupid functions winds up being backwards every time. It's not M. It's just new smooth up. M smooth up. Boom. Okay. It's not doing bad, right? Just nailed it. There are a few things in here left commented out that apply to visuals from the Godot example. Simulate speed. Snail forward times input direction
Suit up, hop in.
dot y
We're going for a ride.
decay rate. Thank you, Funi, for the follow. How are you? Decay rate 1. If you call this again and that else, I'm going to be... You didn't. You didn't call this again in the else. Okay, so that line was the same. Caster gravity. The hell is caster gravity? So I can say this is K fix time. Vector 3. Caster gravity. I can dummy it out. This is going to equal how global position is going to be. Why would that not? That'd be my snail position. My snail position in world. Right. Okay. That's as easy as snail position. Const ice vector 3 equals physical body, get object to world, get position. Okay, snail position, direction 2. I don't have no direction 2. What are you talking about, direction 2? I like the idea of that, though. Const ice vector 3. Snail to collider. Yeah, I did figure out what it was going to be, but collision, snail to caster point. You know, we just added one function to the vector math. Why not add a direction too? Pass in another vector and be done with it. It's not like my math doesn't have enough duplicated and weirdness stuff anyway. Inline. this is going to be a typed vector. Yeah, I think it's nice enough to have as a type direction to const typed vector other const. We're going to go with the vector3 type vector3 by type direction equals other minus this. That points towards the other. And then we want to normalize that. Return we can't do that. I was hoping just to reuse that, get normalized. That'll work though. It also got me to stop making mistakes from A and B. My brain isn't awake enough. Awake me knows it's always B minus A. Half asleep me, I have to sit there and point and then make the arrow go, and I'll get it right at that point. But whether I'm awake or not, that's what I have to do. Like, I'm going to subtract this one, and the arrow points that way, and that's not the way I want it to go, so we flip-flop things. And caster, mcaster, collision point. Don't have any idea what get gravity's going to be doing here. Brute force. That's not brute force. Brute force would be writing it, seeing if it works, and coming back and then flip-flopping it. That would be the brute force. What are we doing? We're adding another caster thing. An ice vector 3 mcaster collision point. Ice vector 3 0, please. What's your problem? Mcaster collision normal is a non-static member. No kidding. Mcaster collision is not a non-static member. Are you sure? What the hell just happened? I just renamed you. Y'all saw that, right? Like, that wasn't a Tim. That was a tool. The willingness to use brute force is the willingness to do what one must do to ship. The necessity to do so, however, may not be. Maybe not so much. Code's haunted. That's all. I've definitely had haunted code before. Get gravity. We're going to have to figure that out in a bit. Because I don't know how gravity doesn't just beat my gravity. Like, can I not just hand wave this to M physical world? Get gravity. Get magnitude. Unsure if this is going to cause issues or not. Probably fine. with constant gravity. So that shake soda. Okay, velocity plus equals yeah, because that's real easy to do. You can be a constant. I don't think we're changing you. Which means we want to grab you both are changing velocity. So what we're going to do is grab our velocity. Ice vector 3 linear velocity equals m physical body get linear velocity. Boom. Our velocity plus equals that. Boom. Our velocity plus equals that. And I guess the same thing happens here. K fixed time. K fixed. Pandora, I'm still listening. Don't do that. Fixed time times, oops. M physical world gravity. Const ice vector 3. There. That better? Linear velocity plus equals some amount. New up direction. That's our new smooth up. Ice vector 3, new smooth up. Hold on. We're going to do the same thing we did up there, aren't we? This is going to be our caster normal. So far, so good. And then radians is greater than that. Yeah, it's the same thing. Copy pasta this. An alternate path when you can't use the floor. Where are you using the floor? Did I miss something? It was identical to that bit, no? Let's go check the original code. Maybe I messed something up. Is there a thing where I can just like click on a function and jump to it like F12? No. We need to move snail. Move Sanic, move snail. Up direction angles a new up direction. Oh. You're getting the caster normal directly. You're getting the floor normal. So when we copy this, you don't got to do though. Let's leave it to do. If angle 2 is greater than that, that's good enough. So that's the bit that changes. And then this bit, the new smooth, just uses this directly. Purposefully does not use get floor normal. There is no floor. Here. Just in case future Tim is like changing this, finding that they're similar, and then whoops. You gotta protect yourself from that guy too. He always blames past Tim, but okay, so then we can copy and paste these lines though. These lines are all identical. And we may still need the slurp thing. So that's cool. We're all the way down to here. How good or bad is this going to work our first try? Linear velocity plus equals get gravity. We flip-flop this to world gravity, which we can move this to do up to where we got this to do. Unsure.
Hop in. Buckle up. We're going
This is
for a
going to
ride.
cause issues or not. Probably fine with constant gravity. But in the... Let's go on plague. Welcome, welcome. But in the Godot example, prototype, we would have the equivalent of world gravity equals get gravity, just changing things. Who knows what all those substitutions will conspire to, but it should at least move somehow or other. Okay. So technically speaking, we might not want that any further, because that get gravity was still down here. This is going to become world gravity. Probably with a normalization. I would assume with a normalization. Can't see enough here at once, but there being two separate casters looks like it. I don't have two separate casters. I only have the one. Variable new up. This is also a smooth. Ice vector 3. New smooth up. Equals. I do believe that we want to go with world gravity dot get normalized. Right. Right. If I believe we can just copy and paste that whole thing again. This is fast align though. Was this one fast align? There's a difference right here. We got fast align. Yeah, that's cool. Good old tremendously close, but not identical. And this is why it's scary to have a junior or intern do this. Good double check that. Trust me, I bit myself on this type of stuff plenty of times. Even when doing it to my own code. In fact, Usually, when doing it to my own code, it's like, yeah, I know how that worked. It did this. No. No, you gotta read it carefully, very carefully. Forward. I do have this function now, though. That's pretty awesome. I like that. K fixed delta time. We don't have this. We need the align to surface now. That's going to be a thing. Rotate. Up direction. How does rotate do? Inertia build equals 0. Okay, so we got basically to all the easy things there. Current rotation times your standard basis stuff. Oh, you just want your snail forward here, no? Not sure what global basis would be. I assume that that's getting our snail forward. Which would be the same thing as saying M physical object, body, get object to body, object to world. Get basis to negative. This is what snail forward is. Because we got passed in, snail forward. And where we passed it in, that's right, way up at the top of this one. Snail forward is that. Boom. Good. Okay, so that's that bit. We're not going to have a fixed time. At least I don't think we should have a fixed time, but... I still don't know what align to surface means. You're not passing the surface. Go double check that again. Align to surface. If forward is approximately 0, then you minus equals some bit. It uses smoothed up. So it'd basically be like align up to smoothed up. Yeah, align up should keep our forward. Yeah, we keep our forward in this. So we want to do an align up. Two things to note. You're slurping it and you have a delta time. Line to surface in the Godot prototype did two things differently than a line up. Because first it was a slurp over there, and that required the fixed time. But both functions keep the same forward and make up get closer to / match the smooth up. You have quat to basis, right? I don't know. I think we do. We basically have your quat stuff that you gave back in like 2019. The smoothing is super important on that for what it's worth. Well, we'll see what it does, and we got a note. Should I make it a to-do? Here, I'll go ahead and make it a to-do. To-do. I'll do it. Shake Soda says the slurping is super important. Let's find out. Let's find out how important. So we're gonna go with the lineup. Our object to world is butts. Are you serious? I don't like my interface here. It is like friction, like sandpaper. You know? I understand why I've done it, because every time I try doing it the way that it wouldn't be like sandpaper, I get cut. I don't know what sort of paper that is, but it seems to work for a while, then all of a sudden it like slices a finger off. I need to get a ice matrix 4. Yup. Object to world, snail to world. Snail to world is going to be M physical body. Get object to world. Snail to world. Enter up. Why is it unnamed? Why do you get an unnamed there? Our up is going to be M smooth up. If you didn't like sandpaper, we'd just be plain using Godot. I don't know how much I like sandpaper, but yeah. I actually do feel the two-dimensional part of Turtle Brains works very well without much sandpaper. Like, it just flows for a jamming situation. Some of this other stuff is, the physics is brand new, for instance. And that's, we need to make our sandpaper smoother. It's like 60 grit right now. Kind of like it to be, 2000 grit. I jest, but I really love using the thing. It's quite a joy to use. You meaning Godot. Line up. Now we need to set it. M physical body. Set the object to world. Okay. That part was important. Now what does rotate thing do? Are we rotating the vector up direction? By... This is our turning. Okay, this is our turning. We got a pi here instead of a tau. Interesting. Okay, fixed time. That one's easy enough. TB math. K pi. That one's also easy enough. Forward velocity. That's forward speed. Right? Had nothing to do with velocity. You didn't have your direction in there. I guess you have a sign somehow on it. Why did we do a plus 0.01? Curiosity's getting me on that one. Input direction. When you have a standard sign bit, that's going to be a right. I know what you're going to do. Oh, it's a sign bit. You have to actually call it sign bit. Question mark. 1, -1? Always get this wrong. That's where we go look it up. Returns true on negative. See? That's why we go look it up. How long did it take you to build that prototype in Godot? Input direction is input direction dot x. Up direction is m smooth up. Okay. Now we gotta rotate something around this. I think we want to rotate this guy. Snail the world, rotate A. Our rotation axis is M smooth up. And our rotation angle is in radians, sitting right here. Ice angle steer rotation angle equals ice angle radians. Because Shake Soda did it in radians, and that just keeps the same numbers. Steer rotation angle. Thankfully, I don't care about it underneath the hood. I love that little angle thing. That was one of the best things I've added to my math stuff. You give it in degrees or angles, or degrees and radians, and it will use it how it wants underneath the hood. And there's no real concern about, do I pass in degrees or radians? Do it however you wish. It's like special. The implementation for the most part was a weekend, but I iterated over it for maybe a week or so. So all of that is up in there now. Rotate, and then we set it, and we got inertia build, which where the hell did inertia build go? I ain't keeping track of your time. Inertia build. I would guess that it's about that, though. Is a variable outside of a function just a member function to this object automatically? I'm guessing. So weird. Okay, so you need to be... The hell is inertia build for, though? That's going to be our... So this is where we reset it. Definitely need this. I'm going to keep this one named inertia build for now, because I don't know a better name for it at this particular moment. And it is a ice scalar m inertia build. Inertia build equals 0. You also equaled 0 when we started you. You happen to be in between the charge timer and that. I don't really like that positioning. How about we put you right here? When you reset, it also equals 0. Okay, so this is back to where we are. We just finished that function. Woo! Ooh. Minus the 100 to-dos that we've added in here today. How are we building? We've still got at least 2 more functions to do. We need to finish the... What's your problem? Oh, you don't... What is your problem? The magic numbers decay, so you maintain more boost on speed on the track. It helps a ton. Velocity hides previous velocity. Cool. No. Yeah, it's more of this one is taking the approach that it's constant. This one's taking the approach that we're changing it. I don't know if I want to move this down below all of this and allow it to be changed, because it's probably going to be changed kind of instantly. That's the thing I'm thinking about. Currently speaking, really doesn't matter. Code was written assuming it was mutable. Yes, but a lot of your code is also assuming that it would have changed inside of move when charging, or move when crawling, or move when whatever. And the only way to change it inside those functions is to change it inside my physical body in this instant. You see, that's the dilemma. Which means I want to keep this where it changes it. And we could do this. Don't really like that either. That's kind of confusing. While I'm at it, it is specifically linear velocity, because that was bugging me. What do you mean, just reassign it inside? Fix it. Yeah, it's what it's doing. Okay, shadow's gone. Convert from angle to... Here, look. I know you liked that. Typed angle type. You can't go with radians here? Does that actually work now? Otherwise, I'm going to need to stop and read. Should work, since that's what's happening here. You should have a standard in front of you. Like touching header files that touch everything. Bane of my existence, dealing with the amount of casts these sorts of functions need. At least it's not stuff one usually pokes, yeah. Having a rough time today keeping my coffee warm. Drink it faster? What the hell is taking this thing so long? We're touching every file? Make a larger batch. It's great when your incremental compilation becomes a complete recompilation. Well, that's what happens when you touch basically the lowest level file inside the engine, which this math class is one of. It's there to remind you how unbelievably slow C++ compiles. Okay, so we just got finished with crawl. We did do the other thing, right? Try hopping? No, we did not do try hopping. Now we get to go try hopping. Try hopping. Let's go. Makes you glad you don't usually do a full rebuild. Definitely. Okay, so let's first of all get these in place, because that actually helped. It would be nice if you stopped auto-formatting stuff on me. I understand things aren't perfect. Okay, we have a wait timer thing in here to play with, so that'll be fun to untangle. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. If we're gonna need my controller now. We have a controller, mcontroller. If mcontroller. You see the controller, right? You're part of this object. Are you confused because I returned and you're like, oh, I can't do that? Or are you confused because of this? Slide. You're just confused. You can't do a damn thing. Cool. It's going to be something along the lines of controller is action released. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. Is action released, driver action. We'll go with slide. I don't know what the difference between charge, turbo, and slide were, but we'll go with it. At least for the moment. Driver action slide. M is power sliding. M is charging. Hey. We did something at least. And if false equals mcontroller is action pressed, driver action slide, or false equals allow ground or something. You could have allowed me to just hit tab, and false equals is on ground. So that's gonna be a problem. Or No. Gotta keep that sign. Okay, we flip this, and we flip this. There you go. We have a get floor angle, right? No. Floor angle is just going to be an angle to call at least. Okay, so this is negative kick gravity. That's going to be pointing up. Yeah, good. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, just double checking. Okay. Pi over 4. It's 45 degrees, right? Pi divided by 2 divided by, yes, it's 45 degrees. Got it. Nailed it, first try. Pro maths. Okay, we get rid of that symbol. Okay, we need to get floor angle at some point. Don't know what get floor angle is going to be, but we'll worry about that. Activate. This looks like a Boolean. It is a Boolean. Equals M controller. Activated slide. Should have written properly, but I was just tuning with hot reloading. So divide by 2, divide by 4. Yeah, that's fine. I'm curious as to why not to grab this up there, but let's just keep it like so. Pressed. Is action just pressed? Driver action slide. That goes away. If true equals activate. I'm gonna go activate slide. Then M is power sliding equals false. And M is charging equals false. Already activated. If true equals M is power slide. M is power sliding. Caster enabled. Oh, cool. Okay, hold on. Gotta go make a new variable in here. Boolean M caster enabled. Not always, apparently. I would assume that we're enabled by default. Caster enabled. I'm gonna guess it's by default on. Otherwise we'll have to fix this bit, but that shouldn't be the end of the world. By default on, Tim. Where are we at? Trying hopping. Open, close. What are you closing? Close, close, close again. That's a lot of closes. I feel like we added one. We probably did because it used to be a colon. Right. Current fault is power sliding up direction, which is M smooth up equals negative world gravity. Power. Ice scalar constant. Power. Linear velocities. Hold on, we're gonna do some linear velocity stuff. So, ice vector 3. Linear velocity equals my physical body get linear velocity. You want to help me, IntelliSense? That was maybe 0.2 or 0.25 before you told me to make it stronger. Not sure what this is. Try, oh, the ups. This is the jump power. Let's go with jump power. Yeah, now we know what it is. Had no idea what it was before. I just knew it was power. Linear velocity plus equals get floor normal and physical body set linear velocity. Actually, I just realized that we have a dangerous precedent over here. Where's the top of this function? Don't hold on to it. Do that the long way. And grab it again here. How the hell did that all work out? What the hell just happened? How do you have vector 3? Should have been ice vector 3, but okay. Ah, that's your problem. We didn't do that bit. Okay, that makes more sense. Caster disable should be irrelevant at the moment anyway, since I believe you have that caster magnet logic disabled. I don't know what you mean by that. I've basically got rid of all of my code and we're going with your code. In case that wasn't already obvious. I mean, my code's sitting underneath it right now, but... Okay, wait. We're gonna create a tween. Caster enabled. So this was jump power. Huh? What does this do? For a number of seconds matching jump power, we're going to keep the caster enabled. Question. Disables the surface magnet for the jump distance. In time. The tween callback happens at the end. Oh, we're going to keep it turned off. The callback happens at the end. It's not like a regular... It's not a regular thing. How the heck do these things... I suppose create tween could create an object inside and give you a handle to it. Tween method is the regular one, which I'm not using here. Okay. Did I do the other tween thing correct? What was the other one? Create tween is on the class itself and binds to self. You mean the snail object itself. I don't necessarily need to know where that part lived. It still creates something that... Yeah. I'm mostly wondering about how I would go about implementing it and if it would even work for my brain, whereas I just create the timers and deal with that. And we have to create a jump timer. Jump timer. I mean, it does have some uses for sure, but if... So we need our... how the hell do we do that, actually? You can't just set our jump timer to a value here. That only works if... If jump timer is 0. Then we go with this equals jump power. So we constantly keep adding to the velocity every frame for some number of frames? Oh, it's an impulse. Are you sure about that? Where do we hop out of here? If we're power sliding, we hop out. That's on landing, really. If you are releasing slide, you don't do anything. If the action is not pressed, there's our exit. Okay, I see. So jump power equals that, jump timer equals that. If jump timer decrement 0, decrement step is true, means we just ended. Then we're going to go with mcaster enabled equals true. This has to move into here. Where do we do our other timer thing? Where do we do our timer thing? Right here. Okay, keep the timers together. Get back over here. Okay. So that should do what that did. We did initialize jump timer, right? No. Almost a naughty. Okay. I actually think we want charge timer to 0. Or are you incrementing the step? Or decrement the step. So if that's the truth, then we want to do, well, I mean, it's already going to have that. Yeah, that one stays max because you have the Boolean. That one's slightly more confusing than the other timer, but okay, jump timer's working. So far as I understand everything. Try hopping. Get floor normal and get floor angle. Are going to be things we're going to need now. With any luck, those are the only two things that are having issues. Yeah, those are the only two things having issues at the moment. How are we going to fix those? We have a get floor normal in here already. Okay. Is that the only one? Get floor. Might want to search that in a bit. Let's just go ahead with a. This is not where I want to put that. Ice vector 3. Get floor normal. Const. And an ice vector 3. Get floor angle, whatever this is supposed to mean, const. Scalar. Angles are scalar. In fact, angles might even want to be an angle. Even better than scalar. Snailed it. Game state. Snail state. I don't really know if those are where we want to keep these, but that's where they live for now. Don't worry about other things in the future. And we were returning our M caster normal here. Just probably not what we want. Floor angle is easy enough. Let's smooth up angle to floor. Smooth up angle 2. That's always going to be 0. Is it not? Get floor normal. Okay. You're certain that's what floor angle is doing? I thought floor angle was part of... Oh, it won't be 0. Huh. Okay. Um... Well, at least we moved the to-dos into one spot. Should be just that. I think that's all the context we need. It'll be 0 immediately after you assigned it, but it won't be 0 when smoothing. Get floor angle does not take a thing. No. No, it did not. That one wants a floor angle. Oh, get floor angle needs to take. I see, I see. I see. Yep. No worries. That's easy. That's an easy change. Const ice vector 3 other thing. Does it matter which direction this goes? Like, it almost feels like it should be, based on the way that's reading, return this dot angle to other. I don't know if that actually matters in practice, but this reads better. Get floor angle. We need to come in here and go with const ice vector 3. I don't like the word other, but there you are. Fortunately, it's not one of those touchy ones, like cross, or matrix multiply, or subtraction, or division. That's one thing that took me forever to get my head around in a way that was acceptable to me, is subtraction is the opposite of addition. And addition you could add either way and be fine, but you can't do that in the opposite. Same with multiplication and division. Hey, we're running. We're spinning. Somehow we're already spinning. We're definitely not moving. We definitely need a couple more buttons to be pressing. We're not done with the... Nah, we're not done with the conversion. We still need to do... where's our physics processing? We've gotten to here. We need to do the rest of this. Racing game with no movement. It's interesting that we're spinning, though. Really helps reduce the features for the MVP. It's gonna be the spicy one, all right. Case movement mode turbo. Break. I actually broke you up here, but sure. Okay, we don't care about this bit and this bit. Move Sanic. Ah, we got a whole nother move when turboed. Turboing? Move in turbo mode. Wow. Turboing doesn't work. Move with turbo. Sure. Input direction. Snail forward. We've eliminated this. Try hop. Input direction. True. Move with gusto. Proposition. Move, rename turbo to gusto. But it's turbo mode. Movement mode gusto? If you can come up with one that goes with when gustoing. When, I mean, we could go with rolling. Then we got a rolling mode. Motivated. I'll go with rolling. That's what you're doing. That's most descriptive. I think we took both of these things in here. Return to void. Try hopping. We need the enders. Well, that was an easy one. Because we just renamed it. Like, we might rename this to rolling. This is all in thoughts. It's in flex. Zooming. Zooming, I kind of like zooming. Newming. We're going to run with rolling because it doesn't really matter, and here we are. Move when charging. Nailed it. Game state, snail state. Okay, so now we want to go control click. Function. Copy. Pasta. Okay, so first things first. These two things are comments. That was easy. Second thing second. Let's go with a boop, boop, boop. Boop. Cover up all the ifs. That messed with my brain for a moment. It's real fun. Okay, I think I did that correctly. That was a print statement. I just nixed it. All gone. Inertia, which winds up being the AFK for a few minutes. Everything in this function should be familiar anyway, at least semi-familiar. This is going to be our decay rate. So ice scalar, decay rate, m inertia build. Forward velocity. We have that up here already. That's right, it's forward speed. Forward speed. Can we make those const? Did I actually change it in here? Can definitely make it const. Probably can make it const in here too. Snail visible. I'm not doing those yet. Right. Ice vector 3. Velocity cross right. Is this for the visual effect? Probably. Let's stop there for the moment there. Turn strength. Ice scalar. Turn strength equals lerp to math interpolation linear. Now I don't know which one's which. I'm gonna guess that their t is over here. That's what the line is that we're doing. Gonna be a vector 3 cross with velocity. Physical body, get linear velocity, and the up direction, which is up, smooth up. Get normalized. Okay, linear is going to be the max f. TB math maximum of 0 and 1.0 minus input direction y. 0.225, 0.65. Okay. Velocity plus equals some stuff. Let's go ahead and grab the velocity at this point. Ice vector 3. Linear velocity. Okay. Linear. Linear velocity plus equals right. Input direction dot x turn strength times k fixed delta time, fixed time. M inertia build equals T math TV math maximum minimum. Inertia build. K fixed time. Forward speed. Input direction. Magnitude. Times standard sign bit. Sign direction. Sign input Y. Ice scalar constant sign of input Y equals, if this is true, input direction question mark -1 1. If true equals is on floor.
Suit up, hop in, buckle up. We're going for a ride.
Have we done that function yet? We've definitely written is on ground. We just had a return true. Thank you, Fire, for the follow. Yeah, we've written is on ground. It's just not doing anything yet. We need to implement. It'll help moving dummy to true. I was going to go with M caster collided. That'll be kind of close. This is supposed to be for the sphere on ground. As far as I understand that. And we are still down here. Update speed. We've done that a few times, so that's called simulate speed. Not similar speed, simulate speed, similar speed. You want the direction. This is snail forward times input direction dot y, and we've gotten rid of this. Good. Linear velocity plus equals get gravity. Move when rolling. Times k fixed. And we're adding gravity here. Hold on. Gravity will also be added by world? We can do that. To do. Snailed it. Today's date so I can look it up. Turn off world gravity. / ice gravity. For this object. K fixed time. Standard exp. Shell angular velocity. That is all visual effect. If we're touching something, start resetting the up vector. This is pretty much for ramps. What the hell is this on ceiling? Is on ceiling or is on wall. Oh, now okay. Maybe I should have left it as floor. Just when else contact isn't the floor. Up direction is going to be the... What the hell? How do we jump down here if we were still way up here? I feel like we jumped. Okay, we'll finish this. This is actually M smooth up equals smooth up slurpy stuff, except we don't have that, so we're going to go with M smooth up equals T math interpolations linear. You're the timer thing, so we keep you. K fixed time. And then our start is M smooth up. And our target is get gravity, which is world gravity, negative world gravity. Occurred to me right a fair bit later. I probably spared you a fair bit if I wrote this against a regular rigid body. Instead of an entirely kinematic thing. Well, I mean, it's not entirely kinematic. No. Still has the collisions to play with. Okay, there we go. Align to surface. We've already figured out that that's aligned to up. I forget how though. It was effectively aligned to up. Because we're gonna keep our I converted this part of this block, I think. Align to surface. Align to surface and the Godot did two different things. First, it did the slurpy things. This is what we had with the other one. Except you passed in velocity instead of snail forward. How's that going to work? Snail to world set basis to negative velocity. Okay, I got a better idea. This might be a little... This is probably more accurate to what we want to do here anyway. A line forward of snail to world with our linear velocity. That points us in the direction we want to travel. Then we point our up to the floor. The other one was snail forward. This one was velocity, by the way. The other one was snail forward already, so we didn't need to worry about that alignment forward. That's a difference. Okay, now we need to come back up to this area. Rotation angle equals input direction x, negative, check, times the sign bit of forward speed, plus 0.01, check, times pi, check, times k delta, plus something that's not quite turn strength. Turn strength. Okay, so that's been taken care of. Shell rotation is visual effect. Then we set our object world back in the physical body. Inertia build back to that. Okay. The bottom part of this function's done. We're gonna need two more functions for this on wall thing. Godot already has a ceiling and a wall and a floor. Like, what does that actually look like? You said something in the snail. Snail has a angle, you said. Root node properties. Floor. Slide on sailing. I see. It's built into their 3D body for the character. Well, that's gonna be fun. Yeah. Yes, sir. You weren't lying. We're gonna get like all of this good, and then we're gonna be like, well, here's one more problem, and it's gonna take 3 weeks. Hopefully not. Accelerate direction. This is a scalar. No, it's not. Direction is snail direction. Ice scalar. Ice vector. 3. Accel direction times 0. Update speed. Why do you multiply that by 0 there? If you're power sliding, don't go forward. Okay, that's why you do that. So we're going to simulate speed here. This is the decay rate. But you will need some sliding response and handling for the few thresholds. Yeah, it's more than what I've already got for sure. Acceleration direction. Snail forward times input direction. Ice scalar. Spin multiply. This is for visual effect, I believe. Turn strength. Yeah, cool. Can you want to keep doing it for me? Decay rate. If true, equals m is power sliding. Const spool is turning equals not TB math is 0. Input direction x 0.1. Well, that is definitely one way to do it. We could also go with the equals standard ABS, input direction x might work better. Sure. If false equals is turning, is power sliding equals false. Why can't you do decay rate? Because it's constant. Decay rate changes. Acceleration direction. Input direction. Hey, look at that. Acceleration direction. Ice scalar. Alignment speed equals a 6. This is the new smooth thing, right? Const ice, const ice vector. Let's try const ice vector. New smooth up. Get floor normal. If no. M smooth up dot angle 2 new smooth up is greater than TB math no, ice angle, radians. Then M new smooth up. No, smooth up. M smooth up equals M smooth up slurps. We don't do the slurps though. We had an if else down here. Right here. This new direction is this winds up being new smooth up. This would be K fixed time. There is no 5 times here, but there is a minus alignment speed. This is new smooth up. And another one of these little comments right here. Boom. Okay. Shell angular velocity. That is good. Visual effect only, I think. Well, it does have something to do with our velocity length. Visual effect. Okay, we'll leave it there. We are not going to care about visual effects for a little while. Yeah, I know we got some issues. I want to see what they are. Is sealing his own wall. That's it so far. Cool, I like that. Is sealing his own wall. Cool. Okay. Not bad, I think. Now we need to implement those functions. And that's it. Before we implement those functions, was there anything else at the bottom of bottom of process? Move and slide and emit. Now I don't know what that's going to be, but basically the move and slide is going to be the hell. Okay, so then our simulate would be a move and slide. Tudus nailed it. Move the snail and slide along surfaces. Yay. Okay, there we go. Just got a couple more functions to write here. Is pool is on ceiling. Pool is on wall. Okay, it's time. How do we get this? Nailed it. Game state, snail state. So go to a built-in function is on floor and has a threshold between the surface and the snail down can be found on the snail entity. They only need to handle not floor contact for this. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. So return false is on ground. You're automatically on a ceiling or wall. Yeah. Pretty sure that needs more implementation. Needs better implementation. And collided. What do you mean and collided? That's what is on ground is doing. You don't have a collided if you're not on the ground. Or at least as of right now. And this needs better implementation. Period. Period. No really. Yep. No really. There we go. Let's go. We're gonna build. What's gonna happen? We need to assign some buttons. I need to assign forward and backward. We haven't done that part yet. We created them in the controller, but we didn't do anything with them. Oh, we are moving forward. When we turn left, can't really turn right very well. Progress. Bonk. We can reflect. We actually turn better when I'm holding. When I first start. We turn until we start moving. Then we suck at moving. Turning. I would like to know what mode we're in. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe we need to make sure we're actually the right mode startup. Although your mode should be based on your speed. Which we are not going fast enough for this. It's a very spinny snail. Huh? We float. Apparently, we float. Huh, somehow I didn't see that happening. Implemented fly without even trying. Novel. Yeah, well, space resets us pretty good. Okay. Let's get over to Mr. Snail Player Controller. That's in the game client. And we're just going to do some hard coding stuff. Set action down. Game state, driver action, slide. And we're going to call that TB game input is key down. TB key. TB key XL. We need TB application. TB key. No, we got key. There you go. Key, TB key. X. Just going to use X. And we're going to use that also for charging. Charge the turbo, also X. We need to put a terabytes core input signal converter M. We need a converter for this, right? That's the digital to analog converter? I believe so. Forward and backward. I was actually trying to avoid half of this, but backward. Forward and backward converters, actions rather. M forward action. Yeah, we should do the key binding from name, whatever, blah, 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 but, key, TB key up, forward, backward. M forward converter. Has nothing. Don't you have like a fall rate and all that good stuff? Okay. Hard-coded then, huh? That works. That's just hard code those things. You could have just put a value right in here, held on to it, and then multiplied there. But hey, we got this. So we got digital analog converter. How the hell do we work with this? We go with a player controller in here. We go with something along the lines of, well, you have to get analog? Oh, you got to set the converters this way. M. Right. Good thing I stumbled across that. I was about to do it the hard way. M forward action dot set input converter. And we're going to give it a address of M forward converter. I don't know if I like this API completely, but it's also not the worst. It's pretty flexible. Okay, then we can go with set forward percentage. M forward action dot get analog value, which is a value from 0 to 1, correct? Yep, good. And then backward. Okay, we might be able to move forward and backward now. In theory. I don't know why we're moving when we're not moving. That's kind of a problem. Like, what the hell happened here? We added controls and we die faster? The hell just happened? Our guy's rolling. Oh, we break it. The only thing we did was add controls. Yeah, like it wasn't working. This one isn't. This one's confusing as all heck. The only thing I did was play in here. I just undid my change. Meant the whole thing, not the controls only. I mean, what's breaking with the camera at the moment, you know? Like, our camera's swallowing the snail. That's some code I need to get transferred over for sure. Hey, our camera just decided to start working. And our snail is not running. It does like to turn by itself. Like I'm pressing left, and then I let go of left and we start turning right a bit. I press right, we start turning right. I release, we turn left. Okay, so we turn more than where... That feels odd. As far as I'm aware, we didn't do anything like that. Also, why is the camera working this time and not last time? I think you have to hit both left and right and do something to initialize. I don't know. I think that's what needed to happen. I don't know why that would be. Definitely appears like this breaks it, though. Can't even wait a long enough time. Okay. So, is it up or is it just forward and backwards? I would assume it's just forward or backwards. Let's start that first. Make sure it doesn't happen with the slide and turbo. Get rid of half of the problem set. Okay, it's definitely forward and backwards. Now, is it forward or backwards? Or both? Forward fails. Forward succeeding. And I'm moving forward. Backwards. We didn't move backwards. It was just like a break, right? Amazing. The combination? And only the combination? Or have I just had bad luck with... Wait. Combination. Doesn't like the combination. This is where that would be used. And then any Y thereafter. That seems like it would be correct. Get backwards is going to be from 0 to 1. We negate it. Get forward is going to be 0 to 1. We do not negate it. We add those together. If you press both of them, they're going to be 0. If you don't press either of them, they should be 0. Yeah, that part makes sense. Okay. Back to snail. Just pretend we're on the ground. Oh, I know one big thing we haven't done. We're not doing the raycast right now. I can set that back up. That's huge. That could definitely mess with stuff. Maybe in this way, but I don't know why it would. I don't know why it would sometimes work and sometimes not in that particular case. But yeah, we need the raycasty stuff. Okay, we're just going to do the raycast right here. Two. Snailed it. Today's date. Raycast should probably be angled 45 degrees backwards. The snail, as per the Godot prototype version. Also, we shouldn't check if caster enabled is false. But we also shouldn't be using the caster collided as the ground detection. So there's a few things to happen still. 2 casters. Yeah, we may need 2 casters. I want 2 casters. Ice, it uses 2. What do you mean it uses 2? I'm not counting the snail as, the sphere as a caster. Counting that as a body. Uses 1 raycast, 1 sphere. I'm counting the sphere. It has a sphere on it already. That part is there and should be active. I actually thought that's how we were staying above the surface, but I guess we don't have gravity on. Snail position. Const ice vector 3. Snail position equals m physical body. Get object to world, get position. Nearest surface. We don't care. Probably do a little bit. Ice scalar, nearest surface equals 0. mcaster no, mcaster collision normal. Closest point. Closest fraction, surface distance, ice scalar, surface distance. M caster collision point equals snail position plus snail down times surface distance. What's your problem? M caster collided equals that. Yeah, their SDK and Raylib already has a template for it. Okay. I feel like I've heard that one a few times now. Not like it's old news a few times, but do people play games in Discord? Like, is it going to help me along with my sim in some way? Would be the other big question. And if going to bring in a pile of money is the answer, then yes, that could help me with a sim. Yes, it can. I mean, I could make a game like Minecraft and it could make millions too, right? The chances there are tiny. I understand the Discord market would probably be a little smaller, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't think of Discord as let me go find a game to play on it. And I don't feel like many people would. I understand I asked like 5 questions. These are all the questions that are popping in my head as you say this, right? Or at least as you promote it to possibly a future game. Welcome back. Why are you having an issue? Here, let me get the compiler to tell me what's going on then. No overloaded function could not convert all the types. Ice vector, ice vector, ice scalar. Ice scalar. Ice scalar. Yeah, you're supposed to take in surface normal by reference. That's perfect. Uh-huh. Surface distance is the closest fraction. Okay, start is a const vector by reference. Check. Direction, const vector by reference. Check. Surface, intersection point. Huh. Oh, it's near a surface. I see, that's where I went wrong. M caster collision point. We don't need to do this, and we don't need that. Did more work than I had to. What do you mean before they dropped them? Yeah, it's not the first time that Discord's done something with games or tried to. Well, now we're on the ground. We're not moving. We used X, right? X does nothing. Okay. isn't really a library. They can be played in Discord, like screen share, but interactive. So it's like a feature I could bring to my game. Then I'm even probably less interested. I was more interested in it as like a angle to have a game, but I don't think anyone's going to be buying my game because it has Discord capabilities in it. That wouldn't have already bought the game if it didn't. And really, I do have to be looking at levels of that. Like, is whatever feature I'm going to develop going to make somebody buy the game? Yes or no? Like, more likely. If it wasn't there and it is there, is a huge percentage of people going to buy it compared to not? Like, that wouldn't have bought it without it there. I don't know. I think the percentage would be very, very small. Don't know how you can add it though. Well, I'm gonna guess it probably needs web games. That's my first guess. I haven't done any reading or any thoughts on it. Just my assumption is it probably embeds a web game and then you play the web game and voila. Which then goes directly into, does that fit my path going forward with the simulator? Okay, so we have now landed and we've got a camera fixed, so that's cool. But we can't move at all. Like, our movement broke. Much more stable. Now we don't move. But it wouldn't be in Discord, right? Unless Discord's being a platform / game library thing. That goes back to the other side of it. And I feel like Discord's already tried to be a game library before and then just decided to drop it. So I don't know if I have trust in, like, let me jump into that platform as... I have not tried Discord activity. I use Discord to talk to people. It goes kind of back to what Shake Soda says. I don't even see where activity would be or what activity would be. I'll do a voice chat with people or maybe even a screen share type thing. You press the rocket button. What the hell is the rocket button? I see a nitro, which they want me to pay for, a shop, messages, friends, and library. That's above my direct messages. On the top bar, I see the phone call, the video call, pinned messages, add friends, show profile, no rockets. You need to be in a voice channel to see it. Rocket, start an activity. Uh-huh. So you can play games with people. No, and then my game winds up being an activity. Nope. Not interested unless somebody wants to give me some money to do it. Absolutely do it there. So somebody wants to give me money to do it. And when I mean money, I mean like 15, 20,000. We can make a game for it. Could possibly be less depending on exactly what they want from a game, but that's a ballpark starting. Minimal. Arbitrary task for 20,000? Sure. Don't see how developers can monetize it unless it's like Spotify. I mean, the way you do it is you get in with Discord and be like, hey, we'll make a game for your platform, you give us some money. Discord's like, yeah, we want games on our platform. Here's some money. I don't know if it's too late to get in the door for that, but probably is. Fund it, it gets made. Yeah, exactly. Um, our I don't think it's something that'll sell as a thing you'd go out of your way to make and pitch, unless they're fully funding. Right. Snail State. Back in here. Those are on. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. So you are getting pressed. Shake Soda, what state does your movement start in? If you're listening, Discord, Tim will make you some racing games for the right price. Yeah, that's what I was going for, indeed. Snail. We start in crawling mode. Should probably be in crawling mode. Yeah, we're starting in crawling mode. Okay, so it's not that. Okay, the only thing I can think of in this bit that I didn't convert was debug fly. Even if you didn't initialize it, it should instantly want to switch. Right. Okay, so we've probably made a mistake. Yeah, I know the debug fly doesn't do anything important. Just... the only real questionable bit about things. So we would have been in... we would have gone into my simulate. Simulate would check the physical world. We're good. We update our controller. We do the casting of the ray. And then from here on, this is all the new stuff that you got. Where we create the input direction, snail forward. Why is that not a const? It should probably be a const. Yeah, except for the fact it's real time and... I mean, we could get the first frame doing that, but... I don't think it would be these things. We technically don't have the move and slide, but if you've set your... move and slide. We've changed velocity, right? Use gravity is off, which is good. set linear velocity vector 3x right times 0.25. Okay, we're going to move world right, which may be forward for us. No, use gravity true as to enable it, but you don't touch that. There's a return in there. Do I have my world coordinates? That's my snail coordinates. That's my world coordinates. Okay, we moved the correct direction. We moved into that thing. We can't move further because that's where our sorry for the camera. That's exactly what we expect. Okay, so velocity is working. And we are definitely playing with a velocity. Move when crawling. Okay. TB log, TB always, log, game state, log state, trace. Right, yours is bendy. Yeah, that's part of the visuals only, though. At least as of right this moment, it's visuals only. Got used to mine where I didn't intentionally hook them up. Input is input direction. And because I believe that that's going to be off by default, we need to go to logging. Log state, please. I can't see the word log state. Right there. Okay, trace. Since I could go infinitely deep in my rabbit hole, which isn't helpful, since, yeah, right. Indeed. Huh. Okay, here's our problem. Left and right is working. Up and down is not. So, I was at least correct in my thought process here. That's good. Now, why would that be? We threw in the converters. We told it, oh, you're both key up. That's going to be a problem. Oops. Oh, yeah. We done did it. I like how we don't turn, though. So, we got a one-dimensional racer here. You can move forward and backwards, but you cannot turn. We also slide along stuff pretty well already, so hopefully that will just continue working. Sounds popular on mobile. Nailed it. Coming to your phone when? No. Indeed. Big kappa. Giant kappa all over that. Well, first of all, let's go with this. Snail state. Let's go ahead and uncomment all of this. Now that we know that was a big problem, each of those moves should have its own turn. Still can't turn. Can reset though, that's good. Resetting is working, so we're still crawling. Yeah, coming to the Nokia, I feel like mobile being on the table is a case where Tim would want to keep his engine out of the mix. Probably. I mean, I have part of an iOS port started, but I don't think there's any reason for me to develop mobile games with it. It has a particular purpose for me to build my simulator, my dream project, right? I think there's a good reason for general platform support. Yeah, there definitely is. Which is racing sim on a platform like Quest. I mean, you could do that, just not on the Quest platform. You need a PC to plug the Quest into, and bam. That's how iRacing works. I don't know if the Quest is going to have the computing power you'd want for the full-blown thing, no? Also, no force feedback in a wheel. How do you get the wheel support to the Quest? More capable than you'd think. Probably true. For reference, I'm certainly not talking about taking your, I'm not talking about taking the controllers and pretending it's a wheel. But I think you already know that and mean this already. Probably want to Bluetooth it to an RPi. I'm wondering if rotation A is my problem. It has been tested at some point, though, so I don't know. I don't know if it's been tested very deeply. Oh. Yeah, if this is in radians, then it should automatically know that when you go into degrees, it does that. And those are definitely in radians, so that shouldn't be a degree to radians issue. I actually do this kind of setup when we move on to G27. The things that don't support it. Interesting. Rotation A. Okay, let's just... This is going to be bad. This is definitely not what we want, strictly. How much of this can we get rid of? We can probably go with input direction, Not sure what in forward speed. Oh, that's for your backwards forwards. Who cares about that bit for right now? Let's try 90 degrees times fixed delta time. Just try that. What is your problem? Negative input direction dot. Yeah, I know you're an angle. Ice angle. As degrees. Do you not see that sitting there with degrees? What was the point in this? Input direction is a... Did you seriously? What the flying crap is going on? That should be plausible. You're okay, that's not possible because of whatever. So then fine. Do this. Yeah, that's possible. Good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add this. Here. But you didn't work when I did it up there. Why? Oh, because you have degrees. Okay, I figured it out. That's what I was wanting. Is that setting up the rotation or multiplying it on? It's multiplying it on. Should be, actually. Good question. Yeah, rotation Y should be... It's a dot. Oh, it's a static inline. Yeah, that's a good sanity check, considering I was doing it wrong. Huh. What do you know? That's an ice matrix 4. Rotation A. And snail the world equals this times snail the world. Is there not really a rotate? Yeah, okay, so that's a terrible thing. Should probably call it make rotation. I haven't been tripped out by that one for a long while. There's probably a few other places we need to do that stuff, though. Look at that. We can turn. Beautiful. Yes. I had a hunch from the name. That's good. Okay, we can turn when you do it right. Okay, so that's in crawling. Was there any in charging? Charging didn't do anything. This one does. Okay. That still didn't really help with... He's doing it. He's snailing away. Yeah, now we need to get him to actually roll, though. He ain't rolling. He does stop for a moment for charging, like right there, but then... And obviously visual might not do it, but he should be moving faster. It's already about 100% better than 30 minutes ago. Yeah, now we got 2 degrees of freedom. Brought it into kind of a 3D space at this point, or 2 dimensions at least. Went from 1D to 2D. There you go. Guess what we want to do is TB log, TB debug log, log state, trace. Snail is in turbo mode. Crawl mode. Charge mode. Let's go. We're in crawl mode. Good. Charge mode, crawl mode. Charge mode, crawl mode. Okay, what happens if we go over this? We fall. Or we don't fall, we just float, right, because we don't have gravity. Why do you think you're on the ground? Because you're certainly not on the ground. I mean, and your raycast may go down far enough to hit that thing, but clunk. I would like it to go into turbo mode. Can we enter turbo mode somehow? Where's our max speed in crawl? Actually, yeah, where is our max speed in crawl? I didn't feel like that had any max speed or anything. DK value controls the speed. Oh my god, that's gonna be insane to tune. Hope we've got it exactly how we want it, because... What? Okay, DK... Where is that at? We need to go to... Move when crawling. Increase it? Wouldn't you want to decrease it? Try 5. I don't know what RCP is. But cool. Yeah, hack the API because it's not part of the physics API yet. Hey, we roll! Holy poop! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! You can't turn it all once you get into rolling, though. Our values, the whole objective of doing it this way was to make sure the values were going to match up better, but whew. Our values don't... What the hell just bumped? I mean, we go zooming in this mode. Especially turning. Turning is terrible. Especially turning inside this mode. This mode doesn't turn at all. We did fix it. Yeah, we did fix it. Rotation around that axis. Yeah, rotation around that axis. Okay. Oh. What the hell is this? This was us being dumb. Did we change something? No. It's a valid point. I can also set mine to 60. That's probably going to be more bug prone than setting this one to 100 though. So we're going to go this way. Doesn't seem to have an effect. Not a noticeable one though. Anyway, and that's fine. That's kind of what I would feel would happen. It's getting multiplied by a smaller number. Yeah, see, we feel like we zoom. So that's definitely not the problem. Rotations in particular are the thing that's being the problem. Especially rotations in... So we set the object to world. When rolling, we set the object to world. So we do all of those alignments, then we get that, and we'll multiply it there. Looks fine to me. Turn strength. Turn strength is 2.5 or what the heck that is. 2.5 is when you're maximum of 1 minus... Wouldn't that mean you can't do one of the directions? Like if y was negative 1... then we get 0. No. Then we would get... yeah, that wouldn't work. This needs to be an absolute value or something. Or the sign bit got removed from it? I don't know. What is this turn strength inside of here? Turn strength. Okay, this might have an issue. Somehow. Or I'm being dumb. 1 minus max 0 or that. So you can go be up to 2. Because 1 minus negative 1 is going to be 2. Which is either going to go to twice this range, or it gets clamped internally. Well, that's kind of cool. Can I get my my editor to do that for me? Kind of does with F12. Doesn't read as nicely though. Lerp F. Yes, it is going for extrapolation. So we are going beyond that 0.6. And I don't know if mine is allowing that. Sure will. Okay. So that's the same. Well, we don't rotate in rolling mode. Let's emphasize the effect. We are rolling. Turning, whatever you want to call it. Not very quickly. I'm getting lost. Okay, I don't like floating. Oh, you do not go in the right direction, sir. I can't tell if the camera's moving or what the hell's happening here. Well, we're still floating, by the way. Camera's not moving. Camera static. Looks at the snail. Why did we just flip? Cool. We have this weird stopping flip behavior. Okay, backwards flips us. That's cool. That's probably the 5, right? Is that fast enough to get us into rolly mode? Yes. It does not help this issue, though. Well, we got the bulk of it here. Now we gotta smooth it out. However, it is definitely time for lunch. The only issue it should help is sliding less forever in the air. I mean, yeah, he's just hanging out. What happens if we try crawling this? Well, we bounce off things, but that's because I need to change my restitution. Holy butts, that's confusing and nauseous. Hey, first tried it. First tried it on the wall. Where, what? Okay, I'm floating. It's like there's no gravity. He even aligned. Awesome. Now I can't touch the ground ever again. hold on. Please go up this thing. Go up fast. Really fast. Zoom. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We got flying mode. Just gotta kind of do it yourself. Snail Pong. He has escaped his confines. There's another jump over here. Can we hit this one? Oh, navigation is really hard. Look at that. He's on it. Go. Yeah. Greenhouse? I don't need no greenhouse. Not where I'm going. I'm falling. I'm not sure how we started falling. Huh. That was interesting. What are you... You're angling on something. Interesting. I'm guessing. So theoretically, we can get ourselves back down. Yeah, I'm guessing we're always colliding. So what we need to do is check that the raycast distance was... I mean, that's what that thing was supposed to do. Raycast. Raycast is at the top of the simulate function. Cast are collided. And yes, it's a ray. It's not a line segment, it's a ray. So I guess what we need to do is say mcaster collided equals surface distance is greater than... You have any idea how long your ray was? Five centimeters? You want less than, bud. If you're less than 5 centimeters, then you have collided. Otherwise, you're floating. Now we might actually fall off the thing. That might have fixed a different bug. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Ready? Nope. Nope. We lied. Oh, we can definitely start rolling. We can start backing up. Rolly, rolly. Launching to space. Heck yeah, that's awesome. Going back down. Did you lose speed control because of having no contact? No. At least not completely. I can't control the up and down. I have no idea what just bounced us around. I was hitting... Yeah, I can control my speed. At least kind of. Hitting our brakes really does something wonky. Like, yeah, we need to work on reverse. Reverse is woof. Well, that was at least one piece of it. I've gonna go ahead and get this committed. Yes. Git add patch. The snail converter. Yeah, we can commit this by itself. This can actually be a separate commit. That's easy enough. Not gonna affect anything else. Git commit. Added forward, backward actions to snail controller. No. Racetrack state? No. Ah, crap. Quit. Get commit. Amend. Yes. Right quit. Get app patch. We added a whole bunch of stuff in this file. We're going to go with all of it. And all of it. And none of that. And that's everything that we cared about. Git commit. First pass snail movement from go dot prototype. I'm going to go ahead and push this if you feel like, oh, actually you can't build yet. So that doesn't work at all. Git push set upstream origin feature Rolly Snail. Okay. Git cop. No, yes. Quit. Good. Yeah, I need to sort that build stuff out, though I have been keeping that repo pretty close to in sync. Probably better than the back street. Ah, that's a good one. I'm gonna go grab lunch, turtles, before somebody decides to murder me. Was a funny one. Debug fly. Right. The only thing we didn't do, and also I'm due for sleep. Sounds like a good point for me to go get it. Yes, definitely. I might play around with it a little bit there after lunch, but I don't think I'm gonna get very far. I'll definitely be at it again tomorrow. Well, I guess definitely might be the wrong word to use because of things, but I plan definitely to be here on. Definitely plan to be here tomorrow. Let's go with that. I need to do my walkie thing too. Should I just end stream here? Hot dogs will be for lunch. Unless I end stream here and then I'm going to go do probably spaghetti and take a lunch. Take a lunch and a walk. I did do my walk yesterday. That was good. At least you're done with a major code conversion. Yeah, we need to do camera. Camera definitely needs to go in there. And also give you a place to play with it in the future. Because your camera is definitely doing far better. We want to walk with Tim. Yeah, I need to sort that out. I need to get it so that, whatchamacallit, I can give you guys a little bit of a hiking video while I go for my walkie. I've got pieces of it working. Soon. But I need to get the actual, It is so... Oh, you release. I see it's on release. It's not... Oh, dear. Oh, my God, he made it. Pro moves. Well, was pro moves. You know, it's awesome when this actually works for me. Shake Soda says it's easy. I keep falling off on them. Shake Soda claims that's easy. You're doing it too quickly. Are you a racer? Of course you gotta do it quickly. That's the whole objective here. Wait, there's an S. I thought I was on the GitHub repo where it doesn't start it automatically. Oh, it's 3 laps, right. By too quickly, you mean too steeply? No. No, you don't mean too steeply. I don't know. I guess I don't quite. The ray has to miss. I mean, I'm up there way up high. Happened. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of a weird one for me. At least. I think it's a little bowl effect in that corner. Need more of that. Lap 2 completed in 89 seconds. 89 seconds. Like the pros are doing 10-second runs here. Oh, got it. Wish I could get this loaded, colors and all, into ice. Oh, you were right there, bud. Go straight around the track in well under a minute. So, what you're telling me is my 2 shortcuts is slowing me down? Let's go. It's faster to keep your speed and take the boosters if you aren't going to immediately nail the cut. Sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, let's go. It's a little better. The boosters are on the outside here. Boosters on the outside. This is a hairpin. This is a hairpin. That's a hairpin. That's a hairpin. Oh. There's another. Nope, this is S's. The stock. Get up. Go. Move. Faster. Let's go. 60 seconds, he says. Less than a minute. I got 65, and that was as fast as I could possibly go. Let's go. I missed the corner. Does lap count from L to L, or does it count from S to L? I don't know what's happening here. Get up there. Let's go. Let's go. We're going so slow, man. Zoom! Going almost 2,000 millimeters a second. Counts from S to L. Let's go. This is a hairpin. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Hairpin. Nailed it. First tried. Oh, this part sucks. Don't do this. Oh, get off there. Perfect. Kinda. Kinda? What'd you do? 64 seconds still. Okay, ready, set, go. Actually, it might be counting from L to L. But, well, we're about to find out if this was forever long. So what is this? Shake Soda is prototyping the game in Godot, and then you're converting it over to your engine? Yes. Yes, we're bringing this over to Turtle Brains and Ice. It counts from when it prints the message. Well, then it probably counts it from the yell. Let's go. This lap's gonna suck. Oop, 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 oop. Worst lap time ever. 56 on lap 2 or 3. Okay. You did do the name backwards, indeed. I'm gonna hop off here, though. I think we call that a day. Or at least I'll do some off-stream work here that I've got to do. I want to make a couple emails. It was 7.25 hours on Snailed It. Getting the majority. We did a lot. We got a lot of stuff done. Getting the majority of Godot prototype converted to TB/ICE. Tim, programmer. Productivity very high. Happiness, normal/high. I'll run with high. Focus, very high. Solid. Solid. I will be back here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. At least that's my plan. And as always, turtles, have a good one. Let's go find someone to raid. That's what I'm trying to think of. Let's go find someone to raid. Raiding Twitch? Who are we raiding? What I'm trying to think of. 12K for pirate. Wow. Raid duck? Or Moa? Raid Moa. Please copy and paste the raid message. Make it loud and noisy. And, oops. That's not how you do that. Yeah, I know, right? Twitch. Twitch. Please. I've typed a name in there. Also, mature audience warning, apparently. Just popped up, so there you go. The raid message is this. Please copy pasta that, and, yeah. Here we go. Got it all. Until later, turtles. Have a good one. Enjoy.